Awesome. Perfect, guys. Thank you once again for joining today's session. And this is the first day of the 5-day training session that we're planning to run. And it's the end-to-end deep learning session of Zoho Creator. So in this session, in this particular series that we're trying to run, we will be going deep into what Zoho Creator is, the application development process, the different components that you have, and also a few nuances that we as a team have gained over experience. So we will be sharing it over the past 5 days that we'll be running this particular session as well. And to make the session a little more streamlined, all the attendees would be on mute, but the chat box, and also you'll have a questions tab to your left that will be open all the time. And we have additional trainers added to the session. So apart from the trainer who's presenting, there'll be additional trainers present in the session who'll be answering all the questions. So please feel free to ask any question anytime. Make it as interactive as possible. And we'll also make sure that the session runs effectively, and we deliver as much as content possible for Zoho Creator for you to start up with Zoho Creator program. Right. So with that, we'll look at the agenda for day one. So we'll be looking at a small intro about Zoho and Zoho's applications. We'll look into Creator, understand Creator, why Creator, then components of Creator, how to import an application into Zoho Creator. We do have a few smart import features, so we'll be going through them. Different fields and field properties available within the system. Two major components or two major relational components that we build or we use to build applications in Creator called lookups and subforms, a few form properties, and a few workflows as well. Great. So we'll get started about Zoho, and hopefully everyone here in the session knows about the organization. We've been running for more than 24 plus years, and in the Zoho suite, we have close to 45 plus different applications available, out of which Zoho Creator is one. And we function across 195 plus countries, and we have over plus 50 plus million users across all the Zoho applications. And our employee count across the globe crosses somewhere around 10,000 to 11,000 employees. And when you look at Zoho's tagline, we call ourselves the operating system for the business. And the major reason behind that is the connected ecosystem that you have, not just with the applications, but again, with the partners, the certified developers, the entire community we have around as well. So that also adds a lot of advantage in coming into Zoho, coming into an application into Zoho, understanding what it can do for your business. So the prime locations that we have, the headquarters is located in Pleasanton, California. And we are also looking at having the head office headquarters moved over to Austin, Texas. The Indian office, the Indian headquarters is located in Chennai. So apart from that, we have multiple offices across the globe: Japan, China, Singapore, Netherlands, Germany, Mexico, UAE, and Australia. This again gives us the footprint that we need, people on the ground trying to help customers, the partners, the entire community in what they want to do with these Zoho applications that they're trying to work with. And another thing that we are well known for, or something that we take pride in, is our security prevalences that we do. We make sure we are a step ahead, or to make sure that the applications that you develop on Zoho, or the out of the box applications that we have, they are very secure. So to help in with that process, we have dedicated data centers across the globe. So any region that you're working with, we will have a dedicated data center. And this also helps with the different data privacy policies coming up with each and every region, right? So as everyone knows, the data privacy policy, or the trend of data privacy policy, started with Europe, where they came up with GDPR. So that's where from our primary data center in US, we wanted to make sure that data centers are available in different regions as well. So we started data centers in Europe. Then we also wanted to do for the different regions. So then came Australia, then India. We have separate ones in China available as well. So these help with the data privacy and the data privacy rules that are initiated in different regions, and we make sure we adhere to them so that the applications that you develop are also data privacy adhered as well according to that particular region. And initially, as I was talking about, we have close to 45 plus applications available. So here's a small timeline of where the applications started coming out from Zoho. So we started back in 2005. And as you can see, the application that we'll be looking in today would be Zoho Creator. We were started way back in 2006. Recently, the low code market is a pretty huge market to be looking at, but we as a product or we as a platform are pretty mature by starting in pretty early into this particular market. So the product itself, the platform itself is pretty mature and also helps a lot with understanding the latest technology in application development as well. And over the years, we've come up with a lot of different applications, and these also help in with building applications on Zoho Creator with the connected ecosystem of all the other applications that you can see on the screen right now. Create, extend, and integrate. So this is kind of our road to the digital transformation that we see. So Zoho Creator is a revolutionary custom application development platform. So in Zoho Creator, our users have built close to about 5.5 million applications. We have over 13,000 plus customers across 170 different countries. And these are a few of our top brands. They have used Zoho Creator in their day-to-day work as well. With Zoho Creator, what is our vision? So scalable and secure platform with end-to-end low-code development tools catering to the entire spectrum from citizen developers to professional developers. So that's where we strive as a platform. So we want to make sure that the development process is made available to each and everyone in the organization, not just for the developers alone. So that's where we came up with, we coined a new term or a term that we wanted to use called the citizen developer. And a citizen developer is just a developer who has no prior experience to development, but coming into our platform, he starts building applications or building applications according to his personal needs as well. So that's a major step that as an organization, any organization takes towards digital transformation. Because if you're completely dependent on your developers or the professional developers that we're talking about to build all the applications, there would be a pretty big stagnant amount of applications that you would want to build, but due to time constraint and the resource constraint, you might not be able to build as well. So these are, as a platform, this enables all the team members, every employee available in the organization to contribute towards this particular goal. And a few reasons on why companies are adopting to low code as a particular segment that we're looking at. One, the major reason is increase in work rate, quicker development cycles, improved user experience, software consolidation, cost of reduction, track share rate, high availability, app backlog reduction, increased ROI, and a few other reasons as well. And if you're following the analyst predictions, two of the major analysts here, Gartner has predicted that by 2020, at least 50% of the new applications would be built on rapid application development tool sets. And similarly, Forrester predicts that low-code platforms make software development 10 times faster to traditional development methods. And just looking at that particular number, you would understand the magnitude of the segment that we'll be working with when we adopt into Zoho Creator. So a few challenges with traditional application development approach. So multiple teams to build an application, extensive coding, investment from infrastructure setup, maintenance, customization, integration challenges, a lot of efforts and workflows get ineffective. And the major reason, time consuming and expensive, right? So these are a few challenges that the low code platform tries to overcome. Yeah. And let's look at the major benefits, or the reason why creator we say would help you with the downsides of traditional application development. So one, minimum coding. It's a low code platform, so for sure we'll have to push for minimum coding to create the applications the way we want. We give you a lot of flexibility on how the applications are developed. So there's a lot of flexibility on how you build the applications. Number three, abstraction at its core. Uh, if we want to make application development faster, we want to make sure that we abstract it. And most of the application development process compared to traditional development is abstracted with the low code platform. And the last one is multi-platform. We are going to make sure you build an application on web, make it readily available on your mobile devices as well, and not just mobile devices, on your tablets as well, right? And that's will be a major push for you to build an application on a low-code platform. And how do we plan on doing that? We have a drag and drop interface, ready to use snippets, intuitive interface, seamless integration capabilities, and fast time to market. So we were talking about how we are abstracting it. So usually when you're developing an application, so you'll have to look at the app server, database, then the server, then the network part of it, and all includes the security. So this is the major chunk of the application development process, the entire infrastructure that would be required. And when you're building on a platform or a cloud platform, there are a lot of advantages where we take care of all the setup that is required, and you just concentrate on the business logic alone, understand what your business needs, and just give that idea to the system, and the application starts functioning on its own. So this is how the abstraction works. So 90% of the code that would be required in a traditional development process is abstracted, and you just concentrate on the 10% business logic alone. That's how we make application development faster. And just a small chart to make sure you understand the complexity of needs and time to completion. Uh, low code is 10 times faster here. So powerful automation engine, the best part is we don't have code extensively to harness its potential. Uh, as a low code platform or an application development platform, you would be thinking you would have to write in a lot of code to at least scrap the bottom of what the platform is capable of doing. But with our platform, at least we can pretty much assure you that most of the features, or building a mid-level to a low-level application on Zoho Creative, wouldn't require that much of coding at all. So automate workflows with ease. We'll be looking at a lot of options in the upcoming sessions to understand how these work. Right. And one thing that I spoke about in the previous slide is the multi-platform capability. So as I said, once you build an application on your web, it's readily available on your Android and iOS devices as well, without any additional work that needs to be done. It's readily available. And we also support the iPad OS and Android tablets as well. So according to the device that you're logging in from, we have a few native applications available. So you just log in and start using the application from any device that you like. So when we concentrate on giving you a mobile application as well, we also make sure we give you enough features so that you can make customizations in case you want to create a mobile first application. So why do we call it a mobile first application instead of a mobile application? So when we specify a mobile first application, the end user or the primary user initiates the entire process right from the mobile device rather than the web version of it. So for him to have a better experience on the mobile application, we give you 80 different controls. Rebrand your application. We have options to rebrand your application. You can host it on the Play Store, iOS App Store, or if it's a closed environment within your organization, you can run it on your MDM as well. Apart from that, the native mobile functionalities, which you can take advantage of if you're using it from your mobile devices, we have integrated them within the application itself, like GPS, push notifications. Using camera, you can take pictures, video, you can have audio recordings. There's a barcode and a QR code scanner as well. So tons of features which are available, and I know I'm just giving you an introduction and moving through it fast because we have sessions dedicated to all these features where we'll be going through in depth to understand what each and every one of these features do. And as I said, we started back in 2006, and as a platform, we matured and also made sure we adapt to the newer options coming into low code or any application development process. And the latest one that we have is the AI capabilities. So we have our homegrown AI called Zia, Zoho's intelligent assistant. Zia is integrated into Zoho. So the options that you see on the screen right now, right from keyword extraction, sentiment analysis, optical character recognition, object detection, language prediction, phone number parsing, named entities identification, address parsing, and the biggest of AI capabilities, predictions, be it sales predictions, attendee predictions, any predictions based on historical data. We will be able to run it through the AI ML engine that we have integrated within Creator and have the predictions done as well. So that's a huge leap that we've taken towards application development. So right from the basics of application development to the utmost newest features available, we have tried to incorporate them into low code or into Zoho Creator itself. And apart from what is available within Zoho Creator for building your own application, so any application environment that you're looking at would be interacting with multiple applications. So we have a strong suite of integrations available as well. So one, we have built-in integrations with over 420 plus applications. Two, and the major one is we have open REST APIs without any actual setup that is required. So once you build a component on Creator, it's readily available on our open APIs as well. Number three, we have native integrations available for your payment gateways, logistic service providers, and authentication services as well. So these are three different segments that as an integration service provider we'll have to look into, and we have made native integrations with these services, and you'll be given examples on how these are done as well. And I guess probably with that, I'll give it over to our trainers who will be taking you through the different components available in Zoho Creator, different options available in Zoho Creator. And as I said, thank you once again, everyone, for taking time to come into our session. And hopefully we give you as much as information as possible from our end to get you started with Creator. And do make the session as interactive as possible. Feel free to add all the questions that you need on the questions tab. Have the chat interactive as well. You can go through the chats. And in case you need any further help, you can reach out to the account managers for each organization. We've assigned an account manager. You can reach out to them. And with that, I'll transfer it over to Abhi. Abhi will be today's trainer, and she'll help you out with the rest of the session. Right? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the smooth introduction, Hemant. Hello team. So I'll be taking through the basics of Creator today. So let me just share my screen now. Let me know if my voice is audible and clear. And also, I'll share my screen. Just let me know if it is visible. Yeah, okay. Sure, thanks. How about the screen? Okay, okay, Sandra, thanks. Yeah. We'll get started now. So till now we were discussing about, Hemant gave you an introduction on our organization and about Zoho Creator and the benefits of using Zoho Creator. So as per the agenda, today we will be looking at the components and few of the components of Creator. And here are the components of Creator: forms, reports, pages, and workflow. So as a Creator is concerned, these are the four major components. Right? And what is form, what is a report, what are pages and workflows? Let's discuss this one by one. First, coming to the forms. So form is nothing but it's an interface to collect data from the user. Okay. So, and report, if you have submitted the data and if you wanted to view the data, then report is a choice to go with. All the data will be available within the report. And you have all the data now. And if you have to go with the business intelligence report, or if you wanted to have analytics with those data, then you have to go with the concept of pages. And if you wanted to write all the complex and simple workflow logics, then you'll have to go with the concept of workflow. So I'll be taking through each of these components one by one in detail. Yeah. So this is just a screenshot of how a form layout looks like. On the left-hand side, you can see the screen palette. And here you have options to drag and drop all the fields. And on the right-hand side, you can see the field properties. And here is where the report looks like. When you get into reports, all the details that you have submitted to the form will be available within the reports. And here are the types of reports that you can create. One is list type and pivot chart, pivot table, spreadsheet, Kanban, calendar, timeline, and map. So in day 2, we would be discussing on each of these reports in detail. And coming to the dashboard, as I said, with the data you have, if you wanted to have a good analytics, as an organization, they would want to have perspective of what is happening around, right? So with the pages concept, you can create dashboards with all effective KPIs. And here is a workflow. As I told you, all the simple logic with a traditional development approach, each and every function that you write would take a lot of time, right? Here, most of the functions are automated, and you would be writing all your business logics within this workflow. So let me get into the application now. The first concept that we would be looking at is the first concept that we would be looking at is a smart import option. So this we call it as a data first approach. Assume that you have all your data placed within your legacy system. Now, if you wanted to, you have exported all your data into Excel. And if you wanted to create application with this data, then how is it possible? So Creator has come up with the ZIA capability of importing the data through Excel and building an application. This is one of the most powerful and exciting feature of Creator. With just the Excel you have, you can just create an application. And the smart import, as Hemant was mentioning, it has the power of data cleansing. You have your Excel, you have huge amount of data. If it is like 100 to 200 records, very few records, then it's easy to do data cleansing. But what if your data is more and if you've got millions of records? Then the data cleansing becomes difficult, right? So in those cases, Zoho Creator comes up with an option of ZIA capability within Smart Import, with which you can do the data cleansing. So I'll be taking into the application and show you how these works. So I'm zooming in the screen. So as soon as you get into your credential, this account credential, this is the page where you will be landing to. Here you would be able to see all the applications. So one is all the applications created by me, that is owned by me, and all the applications that's being shared by another user. So someone within your organization might have created an application and they might have shared it with you. So those applications would be available here. And those applications that are shared with the groups as well will be available here. And within here, you can see the option called Workspaces. So what are the workspaces where I belong to? These are the set of workspaces where I belong to. And what are the different ways in which you can create an application? One is you can create an application from scratch. When you click on this new application, it will take you to the mode where you can create application from scratch. And on the here you can see the list of apps. These are called pre-made applications, and they have been segregated based on the domain. When you click on this information technology, you will be able to see support desk, project tracker, time tracker, bug tracker, and all that. When you take business, sales, and marketing, it has been segregated based on the domain. Sales management, order management, education with respect to education management, it's course planners, schooling, attendance management, and all that. So you have more options here. You can just go ahead and install the application. So if you wanted to use these pre-made applications, there is an option called install this application. So you can go ahead to install the application and use the pre-made applications as such if the requirements are matching. Or if you wanted to create it from scratch, you can go with this option. So apart from this, there is an option called import a file. This is what I was telling as smart import. So you have the Excel sheet. Now, if you wanted to create an application from this, then you can go for this smart import option. So now I would be opening an Excel file. So within this Excel file, we have different sheets. Okay. So I'll be explaining on how the data will be imported into our application, how it would consider the rows and how it would consider the columns. So when you click on the Smart Import option, it will ask you where your file is located. You can either take it from local storage, or if it is available in any URL, then you can pick it up from there. Or if you have your file stored in cloud storage, then you can pick it from the cloud storage. And the supported formats are XLS, Excel SX, Excel SM, CSV, TSV. These are the set of formats that are available. And if you have the DS script available, you can just use the DS script to create the application as well. So we'll just finish this, open it. Okay. So within this Excel sheet, we have few data, right? One is the employee information, within which I have added 4 records. And another tab is department. I've added all the departments here. And another tab is the customer details. I have item details, and line items are placed within this subform tab. And here the order details are placed. So if we have to create an order management application, I have all the information that is placed within this Excel. Right? So each tab here will be considered as a form when uploaded. Okay, and each row that you see will be considered as a list of records that we can look at it within the report. And each row, each column that we see here will be created as a field within Creator. It will be recognized as a field. Customer name, contact number, email ID, and address. All these will be considered as a field. And within this, everything will be considered as a record, which you can view it inside the report. So the line items I have placed within subform. So this concept I'll be explaining you a little later. Now, we'll try to import this application. This is available within the local storage. Okay. So I'm going to click on this local storage. And let me get into the folder. So I have my Excel placed here. Okay. So here on the top, you can see 2 different tabs. One is data and another is design, right? I'll get into data first. So whatever information that we saw within Excel, you can see it is gotten imported here. Now let's start doing a data cleansing. Here you can see different tabs. Department, customer details, item details, subform, order details, and email, employee department. So here whichever field is required, you can just click or uncheck the checkbox. If you do not require the serial number, you can just untick it off. So we'll just remove. Okay, on the second tab, you can see the relationship between two forms. In the traditional development approach, you have come across the terminologies like entity relationship. You have all the tables, and within each table, you would establish the relationship, right? Same as that, here we have two different tables. We call them as here we as like we don't have the table concept as such. The form data will be residing within the form itself. So here the relationship has been established from the Excel sheet. Say, for example, I've used the data validation method or the lookup within Excel. Creator will recognize the relationship automatically and it will create the relationship here. Okay. If there is no relationship set within the Excel, we'll be using the data validation method, right, for setting the relationship. So here we have this order number. This order number, here I have 1 and 2, right? I have brought in the customer names list here, customer name, and the order details I have incorporated within the subform. That is order number here. So it means that I've established a data validation or a relationship between two different forms within Excel. If that is the case, then creator will recognize the relationship automatically. If there is no relationship set within Excel sheet, then this wouldn't be appearing. We can as well remove the relationship. I'll just show you how to remove the relationship. Here we have an option, just remove this off. We'll create a new relationship between. So all the tables are available. The data is also available here. First, let's do a data cleansing process. I do not want this field, so I'm just unchecking it off. And when I click on this first name, you have an inverted triangle, right? There will be an option to customize the field property. So I'm clicking here. There is an option called refine data. Here you can see the bunch of options like fixing inconsistency spelling, fixing duplicate records, missing values, split the columns, merge columns, explore and edit and standardize phone numbers, right? So let's look into all these ZIA properties. These data cleansing properties, we call it as ZIA properties. So I'll get into fix inconsistent spelling. So on the right hand side, within this first name, if there is any inconsistent spelling, or if I get into city, if there is any inconsistent spelling, it would list all the inconsistent spelling within the column that I have chosen. So again, fixing the duplicate records. Now we have only few records, say like 4 or 5 records. So identifying duplicates wouldn't be a big job, right? So when you have huge data, identifying the duplicate records would be a tedious task. So when uploaded into Zoho Creator, it will automatically identify the duplicate records and it will show you where it is available. So is it the exact row match or similar match or fuzzy match? Here you can see the number shows as 2. So it'll ask you if you have to remove the duplicate records or if you have to keep it as such. And you can go opt for the either one of these options. And there is an option called fix missing values. Okay. So I'll go to the address field. So there is one missing value within the address field. So what I'll do is I'll click on this fix missing value. Okay. It'll show one missing value on the right corner, right? When I click on this, it'll take me to the place where the value is missing. Either I can fill it with the values in the previous cell, or I can fill it with my own value, or if there is any most recurring values, I can update it with the recurring values. And or if I have to remove the entire row for which the missing row is available, missing value is available, I can go ahead with this option. Okay, so let's go with the option number 5. Group fields row. We can fill it with the option and we can apply it. Once applied, you would be able to see the option that's been applied within the missing value. And coming to the split columns, so let me just get into the city or the address. Within the address, you would have all the city and country values within the address itself. Address, we call it as a composite field with multiple values in it, right? So if you have to split this address into three different categories. One is the actual address. Another, all the cities, you have to place it within the column called city. And all the countries, you have to place it within the column called country. Then you can go for this split columns option. So when I click on this, it will ask what type of, like, how do you want it to be split using the comma or space or colon, semicolon or others. So let's give it as space or comma. And I'm choosing the address. So it will be split in this way using comma or and the space I've chosen. So this way you can split the column. And if you have to merge the column, it will ask you which column to be merged. And say, for example, if I have address placed in one column and city placed in another column, but I wanted the city to be merged with the address, then in that case, I can go for this merge column option. Okay. And when I click on this merge column, so it'll ask me which columns to be merged. I'm choosing city. I'll choose it from here. So how do you want it to be separated? I'm using space. And if I'm applying city and the address, now you wouldn't be able to see the city column. Address has been merged with city column. So, and if you have to standardize the phone number that you have, now we don't have, as per the country code, we aren't giving the phone numbers, right? It is not as per the format. You have to standardize it now. Then you can go for the option standardize phone number. So what system does is based on the country that you have logged in using your IP address, it'll ask if you have to standardize your phone number. So this I'm choosing it from here. So it's a number field. System has identified this as a number field. So let's take it as a phone number field. When we choose it to be the phone number field, it will ask for the field properties. So I'll be explaining about the field properties when we get into the form builder. It will ask if this needs to be mandated and if you can allow the duplicate values. Okay. So I've made this field to be the phone number field. Similar to that, you can as well choose the other field properties. If it has been correctly mapped, you can recognize that. So email has been correctly mapped to the field type email. And the address within creator, we have a composite field. I'm just clicking on this customize field. It has been mapped to single line. So if you have to go with the proper address field, then it will be split into, yeah, I'm choosing this as address. It will have address line 1, address line 2, which we call them as a composite field. Here there is an option called click here to split the address. You can just click here and you can split the address into city, district, and state, provinces, country, and all that. If not, you can just map it to the single line field, which is not the proper address field. So I'm choosing, okay. I'm sorry, I'm enabling this. Okay, here I wanted city, I wanted the state, and I wanted the postal code, country, and I'm not setting this to be mandatory. I'm choosing all the fields here. So once this is done, a postal code has been mapped to the number field. Once this is all done, the next is we'll just go to the departments. So, and check if all other fields are placed properly. Yeah. So another option that we have to go with is explore and edit. When you click on this explore and edit, if you wanted to change or replace with any other values, maybe a phone number field or email address, you can just go for this explore and edit option. Or you can just go ahead to type it from here directly. There is another option. And coming to text transformation. So I'm just choosing this city and district. I'm doing to uppercase. Now it is in lowercase. It has been transformed to uppercase. So if I have to transfer this back to lowercase, I can just click on to lowercase option. And title case will just make the first letter capitalized. And if you wanted to sort it in ascending or descending order, then you can go for this sort ascending and sort descending order. So here you can see employee information, department, customer details. Customer detail has got customer name, contact number, email address, and address. Item details, I have added set of items, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and within the subform. So here subform means the line items. Within the order information, we would have the main order number and other order details within which we have a subform called line items. All the line items will be placed within here. And so for one order, we have 2 items. So I've mentioned the order number as 1 and 1. And here I have chosen the item name to be item 1 and item 2. The SKU code, it's already available. Unit metrics you can mention. If required, you can change this to the currency field. We have a field called currency. So you can map it to the currency field. And here it has been mapped to the number field automatically. Single line field, so I'm mapping it to number, since quantity will always be in number. And we have this subtotal. So we have all the information here. And now what we're doing is, in the next tab, we will be setting the relationship between these forms. So how can this be set? Okay. So within this order number, I have to connect it to the order details. So employee information. Okay. Here, this customer information, I'm mapping it to the customer number here. And the email address, item name. Item name, I can map it to the item name over here. And the order number, I can map it to the subform order number. So just drag and drop this plus button, you would be able to relate. And the employee information and the department information. If required, if we have to bring in the within the order details, we'll have to mention the marketing executive, right? So marketing executive, I can take it from here, along with the department if required. So I'm mapping it to the marketing department. If you have to reset all these, you can go for this reset option. Or if you have to remove all the relationship that has been set, you can go for this remove all option. Okay. So here I'm setting it to unit metrics. SKU code, I'm setting it to SKU code. You can just create a relationship between all these forms. So I'm clicking on this. Order number, I think it's not properly set. Yeah, okay. Okay, now we are set with all the relationship, right? So when I click on this create, it will start creating an application. So it's getting processed. After the completion of the data being imported, we can have access to the application. So we'll give it a few more seconds. So with the data that we have and with the fields and the tables, that is forms we have, the forms and the related records will get generated automatically. So I'll just do it once again. Order number, it has been mapped to order number. So order quantity, let's remove this lookup. And marketing executive, I'm mapping it to the employee here. And item name, will just map it to the item name here. And the customer name, we have the customer master. I'm mapping it to the customer name or the customer number here. Okay, if it has got any import errors, it'll show the import errors. Successes, it'll show 3 records has been uploaded successfully. So within order details, we have invalid value, that is with respect to date and the value here. So we can just go ahead to correct these information, or we can just have access to the application as such. So you can see that all the data that was available within the Excel sheet. Here we had different tabs. All the different tabs, we can see that as a report. We can see that as form. So within department, we have department. Within customer details, we have customer name, contact number, email address. We set a relationship, right? So that is appearing as a lookup here. And we have item details, SKU code, unit and unit price. Within order form, we have information like customer number, order date, and marketing executive. So if the right relationship has been set, you would be able to see all the data here. So there was some error with the import, so it's not like properly showing the relationship. Otherwise, you would be able to get all the records. So, and coming to editing this application. So apart from importing the data, you can as well add the fields into the existing form application. So I can get into this customer details and I can drag and drop any fields, or I can remove the fields from here if it has not gotten any other relationship. So in this way, we can do the smart import. So just to give a glimpse of it, you would be able to import a huge number of data from the Excel sheet or from the DS or any other Excel format, and you would be able to create an application. And you would be able to do the data cleansing as well. The relationship, when it is rightly set within the Excel, you would be able to see the relationship within the forms inside. Okay. So moving on to the next concept. So I'll just make sure if, can I move on to the next topic now? Okay, I'll move on to the next topic now. So coming to creating a new application using other options. One is we used import a file to, within Excel, we had data and we imported the application, right? And here there is an option called new application. When I click on this new application, there will be option to create applications from scratch. Now let's get into creating application from scratch. So I'm naming the application to be E2E Deep Learning. So once I create an application, it will take me to the form building page. So this is a form builder. So this is a page where we will be landing to. And after that, there is an option called create new form, right? Either you can create a new form by clicking on this plus symbol, or you can create a new form from here. So when I click on this, it will take me to the option where I can create a blank form, and I can import with data. If the data is available within Excel, we can import the data into the form as such. As we saw with the application, smart import option with the application, we have options to import the data within the form as well. And we have many templates here. Like when you get into booking, we have appointment booking, cab booking, conference room booking, exhibition stall booking. So with respect to order management, we have order delivery, inventory, new order. So we can use the templates as such, or we can create one from scratch. Okay. So I'll just create one from scratch, and I'll show you how it works. So this is from a template option. I'll take you through each of these options. And the next one is using integrations. So if you have your data placed within we have 4 default integrations available. So one is QuickBooks, another is Salesforce, third is Zoho CRM, and Zoho Recruit. These are the Zoho services, and QuickBooks and Salesforce are external services. When you wanted to look up to the field available within the external service, it may be QuickBook or Salesforce. Now it is restricted to only 4 services. In future, we will be bringing in more services as well. So now we have Zoho CRM and Zoho Recruit. If I wanted to fetch the data available within Zoho CRM field, then what I would be doing is going with the Zoho. I'll click on this option, and I'll be going with the Zoho CRM field. So now let's go with this blank option. And I'm giving the form name to be session form E2E. Form 1 is the form name that I'm giving. So when I click on this create form, it will take me to the form builder. So this is a form builder, and on the left hand side, you would be able to see the field palette. This field palette is divided into 4 different categories. One is basic fields, and another is advanced fields. The third one is the special fields, and fourth one is the AI fields. Okay, so let's go through each of these fields and field properties. So this is called drag and droppable interface. So let's go through each and every field now. I'm dragging and dropping this name field. Okay. On the right hand side, you can get to see the field properties. So as soon as I drag and drop, each field will have a field properties where you can set it. Okay. On the top right corner, you can see a gear icon, right? This is with this you have to set the form properties. This is with respect to the field properties, and here with respect to the form properties. How do you want the form to look like, or how do you want the form to behave? So here, let's first look at the field properties. Coming to the basic fields, this name field, we consider this as a composite field. So what do you mean by composite field? So this composite field will have multiple field, it's split into multiple values. That is, you can add the prefix, you can add the first name, last name, and suffix. So these are the list of default fields that are available. You can pick on what needs to be available within the front end. Is it the prefix, first name? It comes by default. And along with that, if you want last name, you can just pick the last name. Along with that, if you want prefix, you can pick the prefix and suffix. So the next field property is the validation. If you want to set the field to be a mandatory field, so in the traditional approach, you would write lines and lines of code to make the fields within the form mandatory, right? Here, just click on the field property mandatory option, and this becomes a mandatory field. So while the form is being submitted, it will ask if without filling in this field, if you're submitting the form, it will throw or prompt an error message. So coming to the field name and field link name. So this field name is a label name. what you're seeing here, if I'm changing this to say some other name I'm giving, customer. So this gets changed automatically. And you can see the auto sync option. Every time I make any changes, it gets saved automatically. And the field link name. So this is what you would be using it within the workflows and logics. And in future, I mean, in further sessions, we will be discussing on deluge, right? So within the coding part and within the logics that we write, we would be using this field link name. So this has to be unique. And it can have underscore but not any other characters. Okay, and this name field, there is an option called contains personal data. So concerning to the data privacy policy, as you know, like Hemant was telling about the data privacy policy that started with Europe, right? It's a GDPR policy. Same as that, many countries are trying to implement this data privacy policy. So if you wanted to mark this particular field or tag this particular field to be contains personal data, that is personally identifiable information. It could be your name or phone number or your any other personal related information, personally identifiable information. If you wanted to tag them, you can tag them as PII data. So in the report or within the API, this would be processed in such a way that if it has to be visible to the user or not can be decided by the admin. This part I'll be showing while showing the settings. Okay. So data security, if this particular name field cannot be encrypted. So encryption property, I'll explain in detail. So coming to the show fields to everyone. So if this field needs to be available to everyone or if it has to be available only to the admin, you can decide it here. I'm showing it, I'm choosing the option that it has to be available to everyone. And the field type is name. The field size, if you have to set it to large, you can set it to large or medium. So if you have to show any tooltip, I'm giving the tooltip to be enter the customer name. Or it has to be within these many characters. Whatever tooltip you have to give, you can give the tooltip or help text for the particular field. Okay. So this is with respect to the composite field. Same as that, we have a few other composite field, that is address field. So within this address field, same as what you saw in name field, it has been split into different values: prefix, first name, last name, and suffix. Same as that, address field is split into address line 1, address line 2, city, district, postal code, and country. Right? So again, coming to the data privacy policy. So if it is your personal data, if you consider this to be a personally identifiable information, you can just tag it as contains personal data. So while processing the report or whether it has to be shown to other users, it can be decided from the permissions. So data security for this field, data encryption is not possible. It is not supported. So what is the encryption that you're seeing here is the encryption at rest. So encryption in transit by that happens. Generally that happens by default. Within Creator also, we handle two types of encryption. One is encryption at rest and another is encryption in transit. So when your data is residing within the database or within the data server or any other media devices, your data will be encrypted, and that we call it as encryption at rest. So as usual, by default, encryption in transit is also handled by Creator. So what you're seeing here is EAR, and encryption at rest. Okay. So whichever you're marking it as personal data or adhering to the data privacy and security policy, will be encrypting the data at rest and also in transit. And permission, you can set if it has to be visible to everyone or only to the admin. So other few properties are similar. And coming to the, so here you can see there are two modes of application. One is the edit mode, another is the access mode, that is live mode of the application. How the user wants to, from user's perspective, how does the form look like? So this is from a developer's perspective. Whoever has been given a developer access, they would be able to add fields or delete the fields, write workflow logics, create reports. They can do whatever they wanted within this application. But as of user is concerned, from user's perspective, they would only have this live mode of the application. So when you get into live mode of the application, you can see that we had customer name and we enabled only the first name. If we had enabled the last name prefix or suffix, that would have appeared here. And with respect to the address field, we had address line 1, 2, city, state, postal code, and country. So that is appearing here. So let's just make this mandatory and check how it works in the access mode. I'm getting into the live mode. So you can see the field name to be mandatory. I'm giving the customer name and Sabinaya, and I'm setting the address. So once I submit, if I don't give the mandatory information, it'll throw an error message saying that invalid entry form. So when you get into the form, it'll show this field is mandatory, enter a value. So I'm just giving the form name to be and submitting it. So once the form data is submitted, you can see that below this E2E form 1, another report got generated automatically. So every time when you create a form, a report gets generated automatically, and the view of all the data that you have submitted can be seen in this report. So the report has got a lot of other properties as well. Tomorrow we will be discussing on the report properties. Okay. Coming to the basic fields. Okay. The next field that we would be looking at is the single line field. So I'm just dragging and dropping the single line field. As you can see, few field properties got changed when I dragged and dropped the single line field. So for the composite field, that is name and address field, we didn't have this no duplicate values, right? So for this single line field, this no duplicate value is enabled. So I can just, I'm just naming this as single line field for your identification. Okay. So this will allow 255 characters to the maximum, and you can set the limitation over here. If I'm setting this to be 50, it will not allow more than 50 characters to be entered. Okay. So if it is exceeding more than 50 characters, it will prompt an error message saying that you should not exceed the limit. Okay. This single line is a mix of all the alphabets and numbers. With respect to other programming languages as well, we have different data type, right? So like string, integer, and void and all that, right? So same as that, this single line has a data type. It is assigned a data type string. Okay. So it accepts the string value, which is a combination of both characters and numbers. Got it, right? And again, if you want this to be tagged as contains personal data, that is PII, you can just tag them as personal data, and you can as well encrypt the data. So with respect to this contains health information, you can see a property called contains health information. Hope you might have heard of this Hipaa compliances when it comes to the data security, health care industry, that tops the list, right? So all the sensitive information will be can be mapped or connected with the healthcare industry, right? So with respect to this data security concern, they have a policy framed called Hipaa Compliance to adhere to the Hipaa compliances and to make sure that the data is secure. You're just tagging if the data contains any health related information. Here it is personally, if it contains personally identifiable information, you can enable this to be personally identifiable information. If it has any health information, you can like enable this to be contains health information. Say for example, if you're creating an application with respect to healthcare industry, a clinical management system, or to handle the hospital related data, then you can tag them as patient's information as contains health information. So this is a part of initiative to the Hipaa compliances. So and if you wanted to, when I enable this particular property, it will ask, coupled with that, it will ask if I have to encrypt the data. As I told you, this encryption is encryption at rest when the data is residing within the database. The database here is a form by itself. So as Hemant was mentioning, all the abstract layer may be here. We don't have the concept of database, table, architecture and all that. All the abstract layer like this is being handled by Zoho Creator itself. So we just have to concentrate only on the business logic. Okay. So here, coupled with this EPHI, electronically protected health information, it'll ask for an information if you have to encrypt the data. If you enable this to be true, then it'll okay. So it'll ask me like if I mean, I'll just click on this. It'll take few seconds for the encryption process to get completed. Meanwhile, you'll not be able to access the application. Yeah. Now the encryption is over. You have encrypted the single line field and you have tagged them as contains health information, and also it contains personally identifiable information. Okay. So it makes sure the data is secured while it is in transit. That is, when I was saying about Hipaa compliances, one of the technical requirement, like few technical requirements of Hipaa compliance is that the patient or health related data has to be encrypted in transit, and also it has to be encrypted at rest. That is when it is being transferred from one medical professional to another medical professional, or if it is residing within the database, it has to be encrypted. So we are encrypting the data at rest and also during transit. Coming to the next property. So this you wouldn't have seen. Okay. User input for mobile. This you wouldn't have seen for name and address, right? This is appearing only for the single line. So if you wanted to input the data through mobile, then you can enable this property. So QR code, you have a QR code generator within which you have fed in the data, and if you're scanning the QR code, the field gets filled up automatically when you enable this option. So while showing the report properties, we will be showing this as well. Okay. So I'm just decrypting this field because we'll be using this. Okay, we'll encrypt the phone number field and decrypt this. Okay. So here, if your information is embedded within the QR code or within the barcode, then you can use the QR code option and barcode option to input the data from mobile. So as said previously, our Zoho Creator application is mobile and tab compatible. It's device compatible in general. So whatever applications you create here, it will get rendered or optimized automatically based on the devices that we opt in for. Say, for example, if you have from the Play Store, you can download this Zoho Creator application from the mobile. So if you're using Android or iOS, or if you're using the mobile devices or maybe a tablet devices, the form and the fields will get rendered automatically. So I'll just click on this done. Here on the left corner, you can see the web version, mobile version, and the tablet version, right? Now we are designing it for the web version. So system will automatically render it for the phone and the tablet version. This also will be discussed when we are discussing the reports. And along with that, Okay. Validation, as I told you, if you have to make this to be mandatory, you can mandate this field. If you do not want the duplicate values to be allowed, then you can enable this no duplicate values. So here there is an option called initial value. So while the form is getting loaded, if you wanted to set any initial value, say for example, I'm setting this to be maybe my name, or this is a sample field. Now what happens is when I go to the access mode of the application, that is from user's perspective, the initial value gets loaded automatically while the form is getting loaded. Now again, I'm getting into edit mode of the application. That is from developer's perspective. So here, or I'll just take this off. On the right corner, can you see an icon? Just click on this icon. If you wanted to load any Zoho variables, maybe Zoho.login user ID or Zoho.login username, or if you wanted to load the admin username or admin user ID, these are the set of system variables that are available. If you wanted to load the app name, IP address, current time, current date, you can just pick these fields to be an initial value. I'm choosing the app name. Okay. And again, you can set if this has to be available for everyone or only for the admin. So here, okay, this is another property. Here you can see the field type as single line, multi-line, and rich text, right? So let me show you the difference, why this field type is showing us single line, multi-line, and rich text. On the left-hand side in the field palette, you can see the multi-line property, right? So I'm just dragging and dropping this multi-line. So single line and multi-line has a same property. You can add the comments or description or any text within 255 character limit. Okay. So this particular multi-line, this will be like a description field. Okay, it'll allow more characters to be included, and the character limit is available within the documentation. So we'll be sharing, our co-trainers will be sharing the documentation with you, the user guide and the resources with you. You can have a look on it. So here, the field name, field link name, this field link name, as I told you, this will be available. This can be used within the Deluge script and also within the workflow logic. And okay, so here you can see, while choosing the single line, I have options to convert this single line into multi-line and rich text, right? But when I choose this multi-line, I will not have options to convert it into single line. I have only option to convert it into rich text. So let's see what is this rich text. I'll just drag and drop this rich text as well. So this comes under the advanced field property, but since it carries a similar property, I'll just show you how it works. So mandatory option, okay, we can set the height of this particular rich text field. So when I just click on this done, and I'll get into the access mode of the application. So you'll get to know the difference of, okay, this is single line field. Here is a multi-line field where you can add the description, and the character limitation, you can refer to the documentation. Here within the rich text field, if you have to format the text, if you have to bold or italize it or underline it, then you can go for the rich text option. Okay. So this is the difference. From a single line field, you can convert it to the field type multi-line and rich text. And from a multi-line text, multi-line field can be converted into rich text, but the rich text cannot be converted into multi-line or the single text. Hope you got it now. So, okay. So here, the height that has been set is 100 pixel. 200. So either you can reduce it or you can increase the height as well. And within the toolbar option, what are the formatting options that needs to be available? You can just enable these options here. Toolbar options. So with respect to multi-text, you wouldn't be having the rich text option. You can set the height, you can set the help text or the tooltip, but you wouldn't be able to add the toolbar as you see in the rich text. And with respect to this multi-line, single line, and rich text, the data, this particular fields, multi-line and rich text cannot be encrypted. The PII, that is, you can tag them as contains personal data, but you cannot like encrypt these two fields. As it is like a description field. Okay. That is what I'm saying is it cannot be encrypted at rest, but it's always encrypted during transit. Okay. And coming to the other fields, now we saw composite field, single line, multi-line, and rich text. I'm just grouping all the fields that has got similar field properties, and I'm showing you. So let's next go for the phone number field. So when you drag and drop this phone number field, so we are going a little in depth because there are a lot of little nuances into the field properties. We would want to just highlight all those nuances. A lot of you here might be aware of the basic concepts of Zoho Creator, but we would want to bring into the limelight like what are the detailed properties and nuances within Zoho Creator. So just bear with us for a couple of days. After that, we will be getting into advanced concepts as well. So I'll refresh it now. So here we have, okay, phone number. I'm adding the phone number. On the right hand side, again, the phone number field can be encrypted and it can be marked as contains health information, and also it can be marked as contains personal data. So this is with respect to GDPR or any data privacy policies, and also with respect to the Hipaa compliances or any contains personal health information. So if you wanted to encrypt the patient related phone number or any other data, you can just mark them as contains health information. So phone number is one of the fields. Phone number single line. And here you can set the field size to be small, medium, large, and custom. If you're giving custom, you can specify the pixels here. So I'm setting it to be medium. And country code options. So when you give it as India, it will automatically change your phone numbers to the standard code of Indian format. That is India's country code format. And the default country code, you're giving it as India. We have options to add multiple countries here. Australia or United States. So the default country code, you're choosing it as India here. So the phone numbers will get standardized automatically based on Indian country code. And the initial value, if you have to specify any phone number, so this is the format that you have to give. S91 will be set automatically. You're giving a sample phone number format that will be appearing within the phone number field. And if there is any tooltip, you can just incorporate the tooltip there. And this is with respect to the phone number field. And coming to the email. So email address, if you any email addresses should be mapped with this email field. And here you can set the field to be mandatory, or you can enable the no duplicates option. And again, the character maximum, just refer to this character maximum for single line field and multi-line field. It's available within the documentation. What's the maximum character that can be fed into the field? So if you change it from here, you wouldn't be able to give more than the specific character. And again, you can see that for the phone number field, this QR code and barcode property wouldn't have enabled. Now for the email, you have this QR code and barcode field enabled. So here, the field type, you can change the email address to the single line field. Within the single line also, you can specify the email address, right? So you can change the field type to be single line. And so So these are the field properties with respect to email address. So I'm getting into the access mode. So you can see, since we gave the default country code as India, it has recognized the country calling code to be 91 plus 91, and this is the default number. To show this is the format that it looks like, 10-digit number. We have populated this. So by default, system recognizes. We don't have to mention. It will not accept more than 10 digits. And email address, it will accept a specific format that the email address has to carry. If not, again, it will throw an error message. And coming to the number and number field. So with respect to the order management or any other like application and any other forms with respect to quantity, if you have to specify the quantity or anything in number, then you can map it with a number field. So again, we have the field properties and we have the maximum digits to be specified. So if I give the maximum digits to be, the maximum digit can be till 10. I can specify 8 or 7, but not more than 10. I'm specifying 7, and if I'm giving more than 7 digits, system will not accept it. So again, this number field, I can set it to be contains personal data, and I can also enable the data security related properties. So from number, I can change it to decimal. All number related fields are appearing here. I can convert this number line field to the decimal, percentage, or currency field. That I'll be teaching you now. So okay, let me just drag and drop the other related field properties. That's currency, percentage. So that is available within the advanced field. So I'm just dragging and dropping this currency field. Okay. If you're handling any amount related information, then you have to map it with a currency field. Okay. And depending upon the country you're residing in or the country that your organization is operating, you can choose a country type. So if your amount has to be in USD or INR, you can specify the base currency here. And here is the display format. So how do you want it to be displayed? And here we have the maximum digits set here, and you can set the decimal value as well. So if I'm specifying the decimal points to be 2, and if I'm giving, okay, let me just take to the live mode. It have gotten updated. Here in the currency field, I'm giving it as 6784. After the decimal, if I'm giving 3 digit, it'll prompt a message saying that round off to the currency value of 2 decimal digits. So if I had given 3 here, it would have accepted the 3 decimal point. So, and again, the maximum digits that you can give is 10. You can't go more than that, but you can specify lesser digits than this. And as with other field properties, you can enable it to be the for the data privacy and data security. And you can as well set the permission if it has to be available for everyone or only to the admin. So, and coming to the decimal property. As I told you, I'm just grouping all the related properties. What you're seeing now is a mix of both basic fields and advanced fields. So within basic fields, you can see the varieties of fields like a name, email address, phone number, and all. So this accepts data type as integer, that is decimal, and this phone number, and all that will accept the data type as integer. So this carries a data type string, and the rich text also comes under the data type string, and the multi-line also comes under the data type string. So coming to the the decimal field. Again, the maximum digits that you can set here is 10. We have set it to be 10. And the decimal digits that are allowed is 4. I'm giving it to be 4. So from decimal, I can change it to percent, and also I can change it to the currency. This particular field cannot be changed to number, but it can be changed to percentage and currency, since it almost carries the same properties. Okay. So let me drag and drop the other fields as well. Percentage and currency. Currency we saw now. Percentage. So it'll allow the percentage values to be fed in here, and the maximum digits allowed is 10 here. So it has the other properties. It'll allow, again, this field can be converted to decimal or it can be converted into currency. So I'll get into the access mode so you will get a better understanding. So we gave, if you're not giving the decimal value, it will not accept while submitting. It will throw an error message. I mean, it will accept the decimal values as well. If I'm giving more than 5 digits, it will show an error message saying that it has to be rounded off to 4 decimal digit. So this will, this will actually accept both numbers and the decimal values. This particular field property, it will allow number, and the decimal value we can give it to. So when we get into the number, we have set the decimal value to be 2 decimal places. This will accept only the numbers within. And here within percentage, you can specify the percentage and you can submit the information. We'll just give a sample one. And I'll give the address information. So the single line field is populated automatically. You can just give the description, a lengthy description here. And if you wanted to bold or italize, you can add the formatting options here. And you can set the email address. If it is not given in the right format, it will ask for the valid format to be submitted. And in the currency field, I'm giving it to be. So let's round off to 2 decimal places. And this decimal number, it will accept both numbers and decimal. Number field, it will accept only the integer, but not the decimal values. And percentage, it will accept the percentage and show you the decimal value. So I'm submitting. When I get into report, I will be able to get all the details. So again, within the reports, we have options to add the fields that needs to be shown within the report. Here, few fields are available. If I have to show the fields, I can enable those fields while configuring the report. So as I told you, tomorrow we will be discussing on all these report properties. So we'll just have a look at few other fields and we'll go for a break. In between, we'll have a break of 1.5 hours and we'll join back again. I'll just finish off this basic properties and advanced properties, and after that, we'll go for a break. Okay. Hope that is okay. Okay. Coming to the other similar properties. So date field, I'm dragging and dropping this date field. So this you can set the initial value as per the format here, or you can get to choose the default date. Within the Zoho system variables, you have Zoho's current date. That is a server date and time. So you can load the system variable here. And here you can see a property called allowed days. Within this allowed days, what are all the days that needs to be allowed while the user is accessing the application? If the user can choose Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or if you wanted to disable the Sunday option. weekends. So you can disable this, and while accessing the application, user wouldn't be able to choose these fields. And if it contains personal data, personally identifiable information, or you can tag the PIA and EPH data. And if you wanted to encrypt the date field, you can just encrypt it off. And again, you can set the field size to be small, medium, large, or customs. So similar to that, we have another property called date and time. So along with the date, you can specify the time as well. So DD, MMM, YYY, and the seconds format, the time format is available here. You can set the time and date, or you can get to choose the Zoho's current time and current date. These are the system variables. Again, you can set them as an initial value. And you can set if this needs to be mandatory or if it doesn't need any duplicate values, or what are the days that are allowed. I'm allowing all the days here. We're not restricting. And what are the hours allowed? So I can allow from 0 to 12, or I can allow from 0 to 24, 22. I can set the allowed hours here, from hours and to hours. And all the data privacy and data security related information can be tagged. And I can as well add the minute interval, that is the time picker. If it has to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or I'm just choosing it to be 5 minutes, and I'm enabling show seconds here. So let me click on done. Let's access the application in the view mode. So we set Zoho's current date, right? So this got enabled. And here I'm choosing in date field, it will not allow. If I haven't enabled Sunday and Saturday, it wouldn't allow me to choose those days. We have disabled Sundays and Saturdays. So all the Sunday, Saturday dates has been disabled, and the weekdays dates has been enabled. Same as that, if we have set any restriction for date time, then that wouldn't be appearing here as well. So let me choose March 1st. And you can submit the information. And this is how the date time property works. So with relevant to that, we're adding the time, which is similar to the date time property. Again, you can set the initial value. If you have to calculate the seconds or time, and what is allowed hours and what is not allowed, from time and to time can be specified here. I'm giving it to be 0 to 12. So if I access, within time, it will show me. Okay. I think allowed hours from 0 to 12 we have given. So it will allow me from 0 to 12. Let's see how it is working. Okay, yeah, it's showing the error message. If I'm getting to choose the time apart from 0 to 12, I'm just choosing this. Okay. So while submitting, it will throw me an error message saying that this time is not allowed. I'm giving 13. Select only the available hours. So we saw address, phone number, single line, multi-line, numbers, date, time, drop down, multi-select. Okay, we'll go to other set of properties. So drop down, radio button, multi-select, and checkbox, they all carry the same field properties. Let's see how this works. So if you have to go for one amongst the multiple options available, then you should go for this drop down or multi-select. Drop down and radio button. So both these fields carry the same property. When you go to drop down, there is an option to rename the drop down field property. For example, we have choice 1, choice 2, choice 3. I'm giving it to be Madras. Hyderabad, I'm adding all city names, and Bombay. So I'm naming this drop-down field to be city. So from within, when I click on this access mode, within the drop-down, should have enabled, just 1 minute. Okay. From within the drop-down, I have Madras, Hyderabad, and Bombay, right? So here, if I have to rename the values, I have already given, let's choose one record from this. We'll choose the address. And we will just choose the drop-down field value and we'll submit it. Okay. We'll give it as A to E. Since we have enabled no duplicate option, it's throwing an error message. We already have a value. I'm submitting it. When I get into form report, we can see the information here. So now if I have to change this drop-down field value, for example, from Madras to Chennai, you already have a set of records with the value Madras, and you have to change all the values from Madras to Chennai. Then if I change, if I click on this rename value, you can rename the value and it gets reflected in all the records. So if I get into report, I've changed from Madras to Chennai. So it's let's enable this within the report. There is an option called configure field properties. So here within the report, I'm adding another field, which is drop down, that is city. Okay, I'm accessing this application. So once we change from Madras to Chennai, it will get reflected here. So we'll change it here and we'll click on done. Okay, let's add a few other. I'll get to we'll change some other field. So that I'm renaming this to Mumbai. So while getting into the app, in the access mode, let's see if the value has gotten reflected. Yeah, now it has gotten reflected from Chennai to Mumbai. And also it has to get reflected in the existing records as well. I'm not sure why it is not getting reflected. This feature has been released recently. So definitely it will get updated. So there should be some issue. So apart from that, we have this alphabetical, if you have to place these value in the alphabetical order or allow some other choice along with the choices here, then you can enable these properties. And from drop down, you can change it to radio button as well. So the radio button and drop down carries the same field properties. Amongst the list of multiple values, you can only choose one value, may it be drop down or radio button. So it's a way in which you look at it. If you want a better design view, then you can go for drop down. And if you have more choices and you have to choose one amongst, you can go for drop down or radio button. So this is about the radio button and drop down. We'll go to the And one more property associated with the radio button is if you have more values within the radio button, and you do not want to look like messed up within the form view, then you can split them into 2 or 3 columns so that the values would appear in 2 or 3 columns. It doesn't look messed up. It looks clean and nice. So you can arrange it by choosing the columns, number of columns here. So coming to the checkbox and multi-select. So these values, these fields will carry the same property. Amongst the list of values, you can get to choose multiple values. So I'm just accessing the application. I've dragged and dropped both the fields, multi-select and checkbox, right? So now when I get into the form mode, I can choose multiple choices, that is values here. And also with respect to checkbox, I can choose multiple values. So here there is an option to rename the values as well. And there is an advanced option to import the values from the predefined choices. So when you click on that, it will take you to the list where from which form you have to import the value. These are the list of predefined forms. So you can get to choose the form from which you have to load the list. So these are the list of values available. And coming to the validation, you can set it to be mandatory, and you can allow the alphabetical order here. So it carries other field properties. Other field properties are almost similar. And if you have to change the field type, you can change from multi-select to checkbox and from checkbox to multi-select, not to drop down or the radio button. Since you can only choose one value from drop down or radio button. So we have covered all the basic fields now. Coming to the advanced fields. So same as the the drop down here also, if you rename the values, it will get updated in the existing records. So this will be helpful when you have to records within your legacy system, and if you have the values to be moved to our system. Within the legacy system or within the Excel, you have a different value, and within our system, you have a different value. In that case, you can change it using the rename field property, and you can import the data. Coming to the advanced fields, first option that we would be looking at is decision box. So this returns, this carries the Boolean data type. It will return true or false value. And here you can, I'll just get into the access mode. Getting into the new form builder. This is how the decision box looks like. It will either carry the true or false value. So the properties or field values related to yes or no values or true or false value, you can map it to the decision box field. And coming to the rich text, already we have seen to format the data within the description or the data within the particular field value, then you can opt for this rich text. And coming to URL, so this will allow only HTTP and HTTPS requests. This is for the security purposes. We are allowing only the URL containing HTTP and HTTPS. And if you have to mention any URLs, you can incorporate this field. So you can see the format here, HTTPS, and you can go ahead to give the URL. So this you can give it via the mobile as well in the form of QR code or the barcode you can upload. And the URL options, you have the link name and the title. So you can specify the link name here, and also the title can also be specified. And let's drag and drop other fields. Next is a image field property. So if you have to upload any images within your form or within your application, then you can go for this image field property. So here there are few options available, whether your image is located within your local computer or if it is available within the link, if you have to use any external source. Again, here we are allowing only HTTPS and HTTP. So, or if you have to use the camera to capture the image, you can opt for the option here. Based on the options chosen here, user would be able to input the data. And here, these are the mobile properties. So if you're if you're uploading the image via mobile, then based on the properties enabled here, you would be able to upload the image. So if you want the camera to be allowed to switch on the camera, and if you wanted to enable the photo gallery or not, if you have to preview the screen, or if you have to submit the form after capturing, if any annotation has to be set, or if you have to enable the timer after a few seconds, if you wanted to see the preview after the upload of image, then you can enable this option and you can get input before the form is being displayed. So initially, before getting into the form itself, we would be getting the this particular field. I mean, we would get to upload this particular field and it will take you to the submit option. So here you can set the field size, and should it open in the new window or should it use the same window, you can choose it here. These are the properties with respect to image. You can see that other fields doesn't have these properties, but with respect to image, you have few other properties added. So here we have image options like title and URL. For the image, you can specify the title and you can as well add the URL. Apart from uploading the image, you can as well add the URL when this is being enabled. And we already discussed about this percentage and currency field and also the decimal field. So this subform and lookup concepts are the vital features of Creator, vital fields of Creator. So let's discuss this after some time in detail. Before that, let's discuss on few other properties. Signature field. So if you have to use the digital signature, if you want to get the digital signature, for example, if in an order management application, if the delivery has happened to the customer, and if you wanted to receive acknowledgement from the customer, using this digital signature field, you can accomplish it. So here, I'm just accessing the application. So here you can just draw your signature and you can as well clear it off, but you can't edit it. So once you once you give the input as a digital signature, after that you wouldn't be able to edit the signature. You can directly clear it off or you can do a new signature. And coming to the file upload field. So again, to upload a file, this file has got many properties. So you can pick the file from the local computer, or you can get it from Zoho WorkDrive. And also you can as well, Zoho WorkDrive is one of the file management services. So you can store all your files within files, or you can process your documents or maintain your document structure within Zoho WorkDrive. So, and as well, you can pick it from Google document. So it could be any file format, PDF or JPEG or any other files. It could be uploaded from any of these options. And with respect to the data security, data privacy, you can mark them as a personally identifiable information. Say, for example, if you're uploading the proof documents of an employee or proof documents of a customer, then you can mark them to be personally identifiable information. So this is about the file upload field. And there are a lot of attributes associated with the file upload fields, which we would be discussing while like going through the deluge. And while discussing on other integration topics and the deluge related concepts, we would be discussing this in detail. So audio and video, I'll just drag and drop both the fields. So here you can upload the audio files, maybe MP3 or the WMA files. Here the minutes and seconds are specified within which your file capacity should be within these minutes or seconds, the duration that is being specified here. And other field properties are pretty similar. And once this is enabled, so it'll take me to the page where I can upload the audio file, or I can just directly record it from my microphone. Say if I'm talking something, it will get recorded here. Hi, this is a test message. So I'm stopping it till here. I'm clicking on done. So this audio message within the specified duration will get uploaded. Same as that, the video property. So if you're clicking on this, it'll enable the camera, and you can record the information as such from the camera, or you can upload any MP4 files from your local computer or from Google Drive or the specified format. So let me just get into the properties. So here also we have to specify the duration within which the video needs to be uploaded. So the system doesn't accept more than that duration. So I'm submitting. Let's give it as deep learning. And coming to the next field property, date and time lookup, okay, auto number generation. So this, for any transaction, if you want the system to generate an automated number, then you can just incorporate this field property, that is auto number, and you can specify the starting number from which number it has to get started. And I'm giving it as 111. So from there on, the starting index here is 111. From there on, your number, the transaction number will get generated. You can get to see that in the report. So the formula field is the next field. I'm dragging and dropping the formula field. Here, to which field should I apply the formula? It'll ask for the field to which I have to apply the formula. So let's add two number field, and let's do a calculation. So I'm adding a number field, which is number 1. I'm naming it as N1, and I'm adding another number field. I'm naming it as N2. So here within the formula field, I'm calculating the multiplication or the calculation of both the numbers. So let's see how this works. I'm adding the formula. So let's take N1 and insert the conditional formula. So you can specify the condition here. So if N1 is greater than N2, what is specify the value to be displayed, and what is the next value to be displayed. If it is not true, what is the value to be displayed. So what I'm giving it is input dot N1 greater than input dot N2. So giving it as right number, or you're specifying it as loss. Or you can as well do the calculations here. So this is the expression or the condition that I have specified within, and I've used N1 and N2 formula field here. Same as that, you can apply this for the order management while calculating the order subtotal based on the quantity and also the price. Or I'm just calculating this N1 into N2. So this, I'm naming it as N3. This will carry the multiplication of both N1 and N2. We get into the application. I'm giving a name since it's a mandatory field, and we'll give it as learning. And here, within the formula field N1 and N2, I'm specifying 3 and 4. And within N3, the formula field, it should have gotten calculated. So let me submit it. I'll edit this and I'll bring the field. So let's access this and see the calculation. So here you can see the calculation of N1 and N2 field. So till now, we've been discussing at the various fields that are basic fields and the advanced fields that are handled within Creator. We'll take a break of 1.5 hours and for the lunch, and we'll come back and discuss on the other fields, that is special fields and the AI related fields. So we would be discussing on few other concepts like lookup, subform, and workflow as well. Thank you. We'll break for the lunch now. Okay, we'll get started, I guess. So hope everybody is back from lunch. Okay. So till now, we have been looking at various field properties and how does the basic fields operate and how does the advanced field operate. Right. So in the questions tab, I was looking at few questions. So on file upload and image related questions. So let me quickly answer to that. So file upload field, I'll just add a sample file. It will accept any type of file. So here we have already included a sample file upload field. Let me add a file into it. I'll get into the access mode of the application. So let's give some sample name. We'll quickly fill in other field properties, field values, and let me get started. I'm giving it as this is a text message. A single line field is like an input field. This gives a written type as text, and it's similar to the string. See, there are few data types that are handled within Zoho Creator, like text, number, decimal, boolean, date, time, list, key values, and collections. So list, key values, and collections we would be handling while demonstrating on the deluge concepts. So other data types we will be looking at now. And I'll also be explaining on what all comes under the text data type and what all comes under the date time data type and the various data types handled within Creator. Okay, so this single line, multi-line, the address field, customer name, that is the name field, everything returns the data type as text. That is, they are considered as a text data type, which is similar to string. So this single line will accept 255 characters. You can set the limitations as well. And rich text is multi-line. You can add a huge description to it. And with respect to the rich text, it's similar to the multi-line, but you can format the text, and it also returns the data type as text, which is similar to string. And a phone number also returns the text data type. And email, it also returns a text data type. With respect to currency, decimal, and percentage, it will have a decimal data type. So a number, it'll similar to the integer. So here we call it as number. And also there is another terminology called big int. So I'll be explaining on the big int concept as well. So here all the numbers accepted will be of the data type number itself. And here the date within creator, we call it as date data type, and percentage, it will be considered as a decimal data type. Date time, again within creator, we have date time data type. So here we have a formula field which we created as N3, right? So it will accept, I mean, the data type which will be accepted is text, decimal, number, boolean, and date type. Okay. So here with respect to radio button, since it's a single value, it'll return the data type as text. And with respect to radio button as well, the data type considered would be text. But with respect to multi-select, since we are selecting multiple values with respect to multi-select field and checkbox field, the written type would be in the form of list. So list concept also I will be explaining tomorrow in Deluge session. So next is decision box. It'll return the Boolean value, either yes or no, true or false value. And again, URL, it'll accept the text data type. It'll return the data type as text. And image image and file upload, this will also be considered as a text data type. Audio will have the audio data type, and video is handled as a video data type. File upload will be handled as a text data type. So within creator, these file uploads or the file objects or the files that are uploaded will be considered as a text, that is in the form of string. So within Deluge, while we are handling file upload, I'll be explaining how the file upload field is being handled. Okay, so now let's quickly upload a file now. And also, so it's a JPEG image. We can as well upload the PDF format or the document format, Excel format, or any other file format will be accepted. And we will also upload an image. So it's asking for the link name and also the title. Let me give the title here as a sample image, and also the link name, so that we would be receiving a link. I'm giving it as sample image again, and I'm submitting it. In the access mode of the application, when we are getting into report, so we have to incorporate that into the report now. So I'll get into configure reports. On edit mode of the application, when you get into reports, there is an option called configure fields for report. Here I'm going to add the file upload field and also the image. So now when we get into the report, we would get to see the image that is being uploaded and also the file that is being uploaded. So here, when you click on this image, you will get to see the preview of the image. You can get to download this image from here. And we also have options to tilt the image. So again, you can custom zoom or set it to the required size that you wanted. And also with respect to file upload, we can get to see the preview of the file. And after which you can download the file, and you also have options to tilt the file. And when you get into the field, so within image field, you can set the aspect ratio as well. So I'm clicking on the image, and here the aspect ratio, you can set it to be, the standard size is actually 3:2. So based on the actual aspect, what the aspect ratio you're expecting, you can set the aspect ratio here. And based on that, you would get to see the preview, and also you can download it from there. So you can as well get the images from your mobile through your camera or photo gallery or preview screen. And one more question was asked regarding the admin field and the everyone field, right? Field property, there is an option called show it to everyone, and show fields to everyone, and show fields to admin only, right? So within the application, there would be multiple users. One is admin, and other admin will get to create other users, that is organizational users, and they will set the permission level, right? So you can decide whether this field should be visible just to the admin, or it can be available to all other organizational user who is getting to access your application. Got it? So, okay. So going to other field properties. So coming to the advanced field, we saw the decision box, rich text and all that. Coming to the special fields, we can see section, add notes, users, and integration. So we'll quickly pull in all the fields and see how what are the properties of each fields. So this section field is specific to when you wanted to place all your details with each within you wanted to create multiple sections, and if you wanted to place the information within those sections, then you can go with the option called section. Say for example, all your order, consider an order management application, which most of the organization would want the order management application, right? So here, the basic information can be placed in one section, and the advanced or the line items can be placed in another section. For example, I'm giving it as basic information. And within the section, I can drag and drop the fields so that I'm dragging and dropping the name, address, phone number, and all that. So if it has got huge list of fields, then you can as well split the fields into 2 columns, or you can split the field number of fields into 3 columns. I can just drag and drop the fields here itself. So it will split into, you can split it into 3 or like 2 or 3 columns. And you can as well specify if you have to show the header for this section. If I'm specifying the header to be basic information, you can enable, if this needs to be enabled, you can just check this information. And within Zoho Creator workflow, we have UI related workflow, that is like inbuilt workflows that can be triggered. In that, we can hide or show the entire section based on the based on the sections that has been defined. You can either hide the section or show the section as such. So same as that, I can create multiple sections within a form. This is with respect to the section field. And coming to the next field property, there is add notes. So for a particular field, if you wanted to add any specific notes here, so, say for example, within along with the name field, you wanted to specify this is a composite field, and you're supposed to give the first name and last name. I'm just adding a note here. When you take some order management system or supply chain management system, along with the terms and conditions, you can specify the notes on how it has to be. You're supposed to give the first name and last name. And you can place it along with the name field. So I'm placing it along with the name field. And here the field link name, you can add the field link name as per how you wanted it to be. And coming to the users. So let me just get into access mode and show you. So below the name field, we had a section, basic information. Yeah. Below the name field, we have given the notes to be, this is a composite field. You're supposed to give the first name and last name. So any notes can be added along with the field in the form of description. And you can see that the section, basic information is under one section, and E2E form 1 is, this is one section, and below that we have another section, basic information. And there is another section which is not named it. So we can get to remove the section as well. And if you don't want the header to be shown, all the fields will be subsequently shown without showing the header information. Coming to the users. So as I told you, within the organization, admin would create all the organizational users to whom the application who want to access the application, right? So at the record level, you can set the ownership for these users. For example, the users that are associated with this application, I'm adding the user. So quickly, let's add one user. Vinaya.e30 at Zoho desktop. This is one user I'm adding. I'm giving the read permission, and or let's add another user. E70 at zohotest.com. This is one user we have added. And let's add one more user as well. And let's see how this user field works. So I'm adding the 90 user as well, and I'm sharing the application. An invite would have been sent to this particular user. So we can set the permission level here. This part will be handled in third day of the session. So now getting into the form, here, all the users that I've added into the users field is appearing here. Abhinaya.kg plus T70 and you can set the ownership at the record level. So for this particular transaction, if you wanted this particular user to own the record, then you can set the user to be abhinaya.kg plus T0 at zohotest.com. When I submit the information, this particular user would be able to see the transaction, and other users wouldn't be able to see the transaction. Okay. Coming to the edit mode again. So next field that we would be looking at is the integration. Under special fields, we saw section, add nodes and users, right? So we'll quickly try to add the user and see. So we don't have any mandatory information. I'm giving the customer name. And let's choose a user. So I'll get into another login. Okay. So let's add the user ZCPP so that I'm getting into the workflow. settings, and I'm adding another user. I'm already into that login, so let's add that user itself. Okay. So meanwhile, we'll get to see next property. Let it get loaded. I'm getting into the app. And coming to the integration field. Okay. So if you wanted to look up to the data or field from an external source, then you'll have to go to the integration field. So let's just incorporate this integration field. Once it has been incorporated, it'll take us to the pop-up page where it'll list all the services. We have 4 default services: QuickBooks, Salesforce, CRM, and Zoho Recruit, right? So we can get connected to any of these services. So I have logged in into Zoho CRM account. Now let's incorporate Zoho CRM field and see how the field inside Zoho CRM can be incorporated into Zoho Creator. So coming into the homepage of Zoho CRM, you can see I am within the same login credentials, but I've gone into a different service, that is Zoho CRM. Okay. Now this has got the list of modules like leads, contacts, accounts, deals, activities, reports. This is based on the subscription. When you get into the leads module, we have a set of lead name, company, email, phone, and all that, right? So now into contacts, once the leads are converted to contacts, we'll have the contacts, account name, email, and other fields into the contacts field as well, right? So now I wanted to bring or incorporate this contact name field or the account name into Zoho Creator. So how do I do that? I'll get into the edit mode now. Here I'm choosing the service to be Zoho CRM. If it is Zoho CRM, if you choose some other service, QuickBooks or Salesforce, it will ask for the connection name. You'll have to go and add the connection. So I'll be explaining on how the connection can be added. We'll have to, I'm just giving it as, I'm choosing Salesforce. I'm giving the connection as Salesforce one, and I'm giving it as authorized. So it'll take me to the page where it'll ask for the authorization request. If I have a proper credentials and if I get into Salesforce, I can authorize the request and I can fetch the information, or I can integrate it with the Salesforce data. So here now I'm choosing, since I have credentials with Zoho CRM, I'm choosing Zoho CRM, and all the modules that are available within Zoho CRM will get listed. If I choose Salesforce, all the modules within Zoho Salesforce and all the modules within QuickBooks will get listed here. So based on the subscription, if for example, under my subscription, if the deals or any other modules are not available, then I wouldn't be able to integrate that particular field to Zoho Creator. So you have to be subscribed. Based on the subscription plan you are into, you will be able to integrate the modules and fields into, there is the fields into Zoho Creator. I'm choosing the contacts, and from the contacts, I'm choosing the account name. I want all the account names to be fetched from Zoho CRM, and it has to be incorporated into Zoho Creator. I'm naming the integration field name as contact or the account name. Here, there is an option called display field. Along with that, along with the account name, what are the other name that needs to be displayed? I'm choosing first name, and I'm choosing the last name as well. Okay, so this is how the preview will look like. Account name, first name, and last name. And you can choose the other properties, like if it has to be mandated, or if it needs to be shown to everyone, or only to it has to be available only to the admin, or you can as well choose the field type. This is by default integration, and you can the service will also get display module field. The other field properties, you can choose it from here. If you have to set a tooltip or help text, you can choose it from here. So now when we get into the access mode, I'm refreshing it. So from the access mode, all the account names that are available in Zoho CRM will get listed here. There is a first name, last name. We have chosen the display type, display name to be account name, first name, and last name. So it has listed all the field values from Zoho CRM. If any field has been added, it will get reflected here. So if I'm choosing, so here there is one concept called record ID. I would want to discuss about this. So every time when a form is submitted, an 18-digit number, that is the record ID, will get generated for each record. Okay, so this is unique across applications and across any Zoho services. Okay, so this record ID is what will get referred to the account name. So Zoho CRM, for each record within Zoho CRM, there will be a record ID, right? So the record ID is what will be looked up to the Zoho CRM integration field. So it is not the value, it is the record ID that is being looked up within the Zoho Creator field. So I'll be explaining about this lookup concept as well. So let's just make a, I'm going to edit this contact, and I'm going to edit the name as Ziago Group Private Limited. So the changes that I make here will get reflected within Zoho Creator. So I'm getting into reports, and I'm getting into the account section. So Ziago is a group. So just a minute. Let's try to add one contact and see. So we'll add a lead and we'll convert them to a contact. WS groups, and we'll give the last name as Ram. Now the fields are filled in. So after once the lead is generated, we can convert them to a contact. I'm converting it to a contact. So once the contact has been created, a record will get generated in contact and also within accounts, right? So this should get reflected. That is FWS is a organization or the company name that I've created in Zoho CRM, right? So this should get reflected in within the account name. So I'm getting into the accounts name, Zoho Creator integration field. We could see FWS groups from here. It has gotten reflected into Zoho's Creators integration field. So this is how the integration field works. And coming to the next concept, we're going to discuss about two important concepts within Zoho Creator. One is about the lookup field and another is about the subforms. So coming to the lookup field. So why are we going with the lookup field? What is the purpose of lookup field? Generally, with the traditional approach, we will have different tables, and if you wanted to establish you would be establishing a link between two tables or two entities, right? So here, with respect to Zoho Creator, to establish a relationship between two forms, or if you wanted to look up to the data from a different application, then we would be going with the concept of lookup. Okay, so let me just drag and drop the lookup field. So within the advanced field, we have this field called lookup, right? So I'm just, I'll get into a different application. So this will give you a better understanding. Okay, so here within this application, I'm into a different application now. Within this application, we have a form called department, and within that we also have roles. I've already added CEO, CFO, VP Sales, Marketing, Sales Manager. These are the different set of roles within an organization. I've added that. Okay. So within the employee details, now I have to add these lookup field. So with respect to the lookup field, there are two concepts associated with it. So one is unidirectional lookup and a bidirectional lookup concept. Let's get into the unidirectional lookup concept. Okay. I'm getting into the form builder. So here, when you get into the advanced field, there is an option called lookup. I'm just dragging and dropping this lookup field. When I incorporate this lookup field, it will take me to a pop-up page where it will list all the applications that are available within my account. And if I get to choose one application, it will display all the forms related to that particular application. Okay, so I'm just within this lookup concept, we have the set of forms like backlog, department, employee details, employee expenses, project sprint, and all that, right? So now I have to look up to the department. Within the employee details, one employee, I have to map it with one department. Here, I can see it is a unidirectional, it'll go with the unidirectional relationship, right? One employee I'm associating with one department, and I'm choosing the department name. So this is from within the same application, I'm referring to the different form. Okay. So as I told you, every time when a form is being submitted, a record ID will get generated, and this will be an 18-digit number. Okay. So here, when it comes to the lookup concept, when I say I'm going to look up to the department form and the department field, it is the record ID which will be referred to the form and not the values. Okay. And coming to the, I've chosen the field, right? Now, within the display format, we have an option called single selection, radio button, multi-selection. Under multi-selection, we have multi-select and checkbox, right? So here within, if you have multiple options and if you wanted to choose one among the multiple options, so if then you have to go with either drop down or radio button. So here within the employee details, I have to map employee within department with only one department. So if it is only one choice that I have to choose among multiples, then I can go with drop down or radio button. So here, with respect to one-to-many relationship, that is, if I have to, one employee can be related to only one department, but he can be associated to multiple roles, right? So there we can go for one-to-many relationship. Now we are dealing with one-to-one relationship. So employee, I'm associating with department, I'm choosing drop-down, and here it is getting mapped with the record ID of department. So let me get into the actual lookup form. I'll get into the report and show you how this record ID looks like. I'm getting into the department. So this is the record ID. As I told you, it is a 18-digit ID and it is a system variable. System will generate it automatically and it will be unique for each record across applications and across any Zoho services. Okay. So this record ID is what is getting referred within the lookup field. Got it? Now I'm clicking on that. Now we have established one-to-one relationship, right? Okay. Now coming to the concept of one-to-many relationship. I wanted to associate one employee with multiple roles. How do I do that? I'm dragging and dropping this lookup field again. So within this lookup field, I'm choosing roles. So I already have the list of roles added. So again, when you get into the roles, each roles will carry a separate record ID, right? As we saw with the department. So while looking up to the roles, we will be looking up to the record ID within the roles. So I'm just editing the records to be shown here. Within the report, we have configure fields for web. Along with that, we have system fields, and I'm going to show the ID. So in the front end, I'm enabling the ID. All the IDs with respect to each record will get displayed. So this record ID is what I'm referring within the lookup field. Okay, and here, which field within the role master, which field should I look up to? I'm choosing the roles. Here, again in the display format, we have options like multiple selection, the single selection and multiple selection. Since we're going to associate it with multiple roles, there is one employee I'm associating with multiple roles, I'll be going with the multi-select option. Okay, or checkbox. Depending upon how your user interface needs to look like, you can go for the option. So both has the same field properties. Drop down and radio button will carry the same field property, same as that multi-select and checkbox will carry the same field property. So now, when I choose this multi-select, I'm clicking on done. Okay. Now I'll take you to the live mode of the app. I'm getting into employee details. Here, within the drop-down, I have all the all the values with respect to departments. Here, I would be able to do multiple selection. So this is one-to-one and one-to-many concept, right? And we also have another option within lookup. Here, there is an option called display field, right? So along with the department, since I told a department is a department, it will refer to the record ID and not the record. It will display all the fields associated with the a department master. So we have department field and also single select field, right? If I wanted to show this along with the department, what are the other field values that I have to show? I can choose it over here. And I have options to add many display fields here, and I can as well delete the fields. So along with the department, I wanted to show the ID as well. So here is a separator. I'm using hyphen as a separator to separate this field and this field. And this is how the preview will look like. Department hyphen ID, as we saw with the integration field. So let me, integration, we are just connecting to an external source or external service. Here, we are connecting to an external application and the forms that are available within the application or external application. Got it? And coming to a few other concepts. So where all this lookup can play a major role. So if you have to avoid the data redundancy or the duplication of forms, you already have the departments and roles stored in some other application, and you wanted to use it to a different application. Here you don't have to do a redundant, you don't have to redundantly create another form. Instead, you can refer to the form within another application that is already created. That's the purpose of it. And again, if you're typing, there could be typo error and data duplication or data redundancy. So, for example, here you have different roles, right? Like CEO, CFO. Within the employee name, I could also add a new field of role, right? So this role, I might give it with a different spelling. Say, for example, for accounting manager, I can give it as accounts manager. So I already have a field with the value accounting manager. Again, I'm typing one with accounts manager. So this will create a mismatch. So to avoid that, we are using the lookup field from the role master, which can be within your application or within some other application within your account. Got it? And coming to other concepts. So here, okay. Here there is an option called allow new entries. If I enable this option along with what is available within role master, it'll allow you to add new entries that will get updated in the master form as well. For example, I have already allowed a new entry, and how do you want it to be sorted? In an alphabetical order, I have enabled it. So here, I'm refreshing the screen. You can see along with accounts, I have given the display type to be display name, the department name and ID. So it is displaying both the names, both the fields. So here I have add new option, right? I can go ahead to add a new role here. CEO and VP sales. So I can just go ahead to give the employee name, employee number EMP001, and I'm submitting the information. So I have associated one employee with one department and multiple roles. So this is, I've used lookup concept. So now we saw the unidirectional relationship, that is one-to-one and one-to-many. Coming to the bidirectional relationship, that is, if you have to establish a many-to-many relationship, how do we do that? So on clicking within the employee master, you have this role department employee names, right? So within the within the department, if you have to see how many employees are associated with one department, then within the role master, if you have to see how many with one role, how many employees are associated, that is, you're doing a many-to-many relationship. In that case, just click and enable this multi-select bidirectional option. There is an option called bidirectional relationship. When you enable this option, again, it will take you to a pop-up and it will ask you to which field you have to do a bidirectional relationship. Okay. Now, let me just get into this roles master. You have only the role field, right? Now, under VP sales, how many employees are associated? You have to check on that. And within the employee master, you have to check how many comes under VP sales. So we are establishing a bidirectional relationship. I'm choosing drop down and I'm linking it with employee name. So this can be either a drop down, radio button, multi-select, or checkbox. So if I choose drop down, only one value can be associated. If I choose multi-select, multiple values can be associated. I'm choosing multi-select and I'm clicking on done. Okay, so here you can see the bidirectional relationship. When you get into roles master, it will be associated to employee details, and from employee master you will be able to see the roles related details. So let's just get into the sample and see how this works. I'll add few employees. I'm giving the employee number and I'm associating with multiple roles, CEO and CFO. So when you get into roles, let's enable the field that we have added now. I'm getting into configure fields now. And we have options to add field. So here we have associated employee details and employee name. We have set the bidirectional relationship. Now, when we access the app, so under VP sales, we have one employee associated, and under CFO, we have one employee associated, and with CEO, we have two employees associated. Now, when you get into employee details, you will get to see one employee associated with multiple roles. Now you have established a bidirectional relationship. Same as that, while establishing a bidirectional relationship, you can as well use the drop down, that is single select list, to select a value and associate it with another form. Got it? And coming to the next, this is about the lookup field. I think I've covered everything within lookup. Let me just get into it. Yeah, we have covered the concepts of lookup here. And we have one more concept within lookup, that is about the self lookup. So you can look up to the data within the same form. Say, for example, you have an order management application. And if you wanted to refer to the previous orders that has been generated, you will have order numbers that gets generated every time when the form data is submitted. Okay. So within the order application, okay, let me just quickly get into the app. So let me get into a different app. So I'm editing it. I'm getting into this purchase order. We have two fields. One is order number and another is order date. So below that, we will have all the item details, right? So now I have to look up to the orders, previously generated orders. For that, I have to look up to the same field, right? So I'll be dragging and dropping this lookup field within the same application and within the same form, that is purchase order. I'm going to look up to the order number. So if any orders has been generated, it will show in the multi-select text box. Otherwise, it will show it in the drop down. I can just have a look on how many orders and orders has been generated and what are the numbers, order numbers that are generated. So in this way, I can do a self lookup that is within the same form. Okay. So this is about the lookup concept. So, okay. I also wanted to tell about the next concept that we would be looking at is the subform. So lookup is one important field of Zoho Creator, and another concept that is very important is a subform concept. Okay. So let me get into the subform. Okay. I'm getting into this purchase order. I'm getting into access mode of the application. Within this particular application, I have all the vendor details maintained in one form, vendor ABC, and all the devices are maintained within another form. So let's just add few devices here. Smartphone, I'm giving the serial number to be the price, quantity, we'll submit it. We will also give few other information, tablet, serial number, and the order quantity to be 50. I'm submitting it, and we'll choose laptop. I'm setting the price to be $1,000, and I'm setting the order quantity to be 70. So we have three records within the devices report. We have the vendor details, we have the devices, and we are set to create the purchase order. So within purchase order, now we have order number and order date, right? So let's add a subform here. Okay. One is we'll do a lookup here on vendor name. We'll choose the vendor. Based on the vendor, we'll be raising a purchase order. I'm choosing vendor details to look up to, and I wanted to display the vendor name in the drop down. So the vendor master's record ID will be mapped to the purchase order. So I've chosen drop down, and the next field is the device information. I'm choosing multi-select. I'm also looking up to the. Okay. Now let's add the subform information. So what is this subform? If you have to look up to the form from an external source, that is, if you wanted to incorporate a form from an external source or from within the same form, then you can go for the subform concept. So external source in the sense within the application or referring to the forms in a different application. So let me just drag and drop this subform field. With subform, there are two concepts that are associated. One is a blank form and another is a existing form. So blank form is nothing but the form that is within this main form. That is, for example, we are considering this as a main form. We have order number, order date, and vendor information, right? So we would want to add all the line items, that is device information, right? So for that, I'll be using the concept of subform. And a form that is within the main form, we call it as a blank form. Okay. Now let's create a blank form. I'm going to add the fields now. So let's name it as device blank. Previously, I told that it will be referred to the external source, and sorry for that. So within the application, if you have multiple forms, you can use it as an existing form within the subform. Okay, so I'll explain you on that concept. Now let's try to create a blank subform. So within subforms, we have two concepts. One is blank subform and existing subform. Okay, so here is the main form information, and within device blank, I'm adding fields. So let's get into this devices and see what are the fields available. Device, serial number, price, order quantity. So I'm adding single line for adding the device name. Or we can look up to the device name from there. I'm giving the field name, link name as device name. And the SKU code or the serial number. That also could be given within the single line field. So SKU code can be a combination of text and numbers, right? So I'm giving it a serial number or an SKU code. However, an organization follows, you can give it as serial number or SKU code. And after that, we have price, order quantity, and subtotal. Price can be added within the currency field. So the field that are associated with amount, you can add them as a currency field. I'm naming it as price. And the final thing is order quantity. I'm using number field to represent the order quantity. So now we have device name, serial number, price, and order quantity. And we also have to add the subtotal. Based on price and order quantity, we'll have to calculate the total, which could be in decimal number or which could be in number. So I'm adding a number field. And I'm naming it as subtotal. So let's add an information and I'll show you how it looks like within the report. So we can add multiple rows here within the subform. So I'll quickly take you through the properties of subform. So here you can adjust the field width automatically, and you can set the default entries. If I'm setting the default entries to be 5, automatically 5 rows will get generated, and you can set the limitations. If you want this limitation to be say 10 rows or 20 rows, you can set the limitation, after which you wouldn't be able to add the data. So let's not set the default, or let's set it as 5. 2. So you can add the tooltip, and you can add the help text as well. So these are the list of fields that are allowed within the subform. So the drop down radio button, multi-select, percentage currency, you can see the list of fields that can be added within the subform. Okay. So coming to okay, I'm clicking on done, and let's get into the form layout. I'm reloading it. Let's add some information, and I'll show you the difference of the blank form and subform. So you can see 2 default entries, and I can just delete off 1 row as such. I'm giving the order number, order date, vendor, and I'm giving the device name. So a serial number to be SKU001, price to be 300, order quantity to be 20, and the subtotal to be 6,000. Same as that, I'm giving smartphone. I'm giving it to be 200, 10, and 2000. So when you get into the report, so you can see that the existence of the subform will be within the main form, that is tablets and smartphone. You cannot view the subform information separately. It will be within the main form. So the order information, this is a, you can consider this as a parent form and this as a child form. So it will be the existence of this particular form will be within the main form. So if you have to have the details separately, that is, if you want to have these records, tablets, smartphone details, every record to be as a separate information, that is separate record, then you would have to go with the concept of existing subform. So we already have the device information here. Smartphone, tablet, laptop, right? So now let's add this particular existing subform and see how it gets reflected. So within devices, again we'll drag another subform. And we're going to choose the new purchase devices details. So this is the existing form that I wanted to refer to. I'm using this as an existing subform. So I'm naming it as device existing. So getting into the live mode of the application, here you can see the existing subform. We already had the device information, that is fields like devices, serial number, price, order quantity, and total here, right? So we have incorporated that particular form within the main form. So this will have a different ID, and the main form will have a different ID. Whereas when you take device blank, this form is existing within the main form, and it's a child of the existing main form. I mean the main form. Here, whereas it comes from a different form and it carries a different ID. So smartphone, tablet, earphone, laptop, Bluetooth, every record will have a different ID. That is the ID that is being generated within devices master. Okay. So this is a difference. So let's add the information and see how it's getting reflected. Now we have this subform added. Let's add this in the report as well. I'm adding device existing. That is another subform that we created. Display field, I can, whatever the display field needs to be, I can show it here. So I'm getting into the access mode. And we also have another step to be followed. So within the devices master, that is the existing subform, we have to connect this with all purchase orders. So we have mapped the devices with purchase order, but we haven't done that bidirectional sync, right? So to establish that link, we are getting into devices, we are getting into edit mode. And so when you click on this devices, it will show, okay, we'll bring in a lookup field and we will, let's create a bidirectional sync with the purchase order. I'm choosing the purchase order. So it will ask me if I have to create a bidirectional sync. So I'm clicking on yes. I'm selecting device existing and I'm choosing the drop down. Here multi-select option is not allowed. So I have enabled the relationship. I'm clicking on done and the purchase order numbers will be displayed here. So let's add some records within the purchase order now. I'm choosing the vendor, purchase order number, WADI 3, 2. Let's take one. I'm adding the serial number, price, order quantity, and the subtotal. And let's choose the same here. I'm choosing tablet. Let's add the serial number. We'll add the price, order quantity to be 20, and I'm giving it to be 1000. So we can automate the workflow and we can write the logics so that the serial number, price, order quantity can be populated from the device master. So based on this price and order quantity, total can also be calculated automatically. So this depends on how we write business logics. All the business logics can be written within the workflow. That is also possible. So this we will be discussing in later part of the session. I'm choosing earphone. And now let's submit the information. And within all purchase order, we have vendor A, tablet and device existing, tablet and earphone. So when we get into the devices report, so under one purchase order, we have two different records, right? Earphone and tablets. So you can see the records separately, that is earphone and tablet separately into the devices report. Whereas when you see the, when you look at the device blank, both the records will be associated with the main form, main order form. So this is the difference between the existing, that is the blank subform and the existing subform. So these are two main concepts, lookup and subform are the two main concepts of Zoho Creator. So hope you understand understood the concepts of this. Now let's move on to the other fields. We saw the subform and lookup which are available within the advanced fields. Now let's get into the AI fields, that is artificial intelligence fields, ZIA enabled properties. So the first property that we would be looking at is the uh, this particular prediction field. I'll explain within a different application. We will look at keyword extraction. So what does this field do? Let me just it'll allow you would have given the input within single line and multi-line, right? So it'll extract the keywords from the input that you've given within single line and multi-line. So I'm choosing multi-line. So for the keyword extraction to be done, you would require a single line field or multi-line field to be given. So let's access the application. Within the multi-line, I'm giving it as I'm working in Zoho Corporation, and I'm associated with Zoho Creator team. So we will add a customer name here. And so we will submit the information. Here within the keyword, we can see the Zoho Creator team and Zoho Core. It has extracted the keywords from the multi-line field description that I've given. So this is how it will extract the field values. And coming to the next field property within AI, that is sentimental analysis. So I'm just dragging and dropping this sentimental analysis field. So the description or the input that you have given in single line or multi-line, with the input that you have given, it will analyze your sentiment or emotion. So let's just take this. I'll take single line. I'm adding this to be the sentiment analysis field. So here what happens is I'm refreshing it. So within the single line field, I'm giving it as happy to be a part. So it will analyze the sentiment to be positive. And I'm neither happy nor sad. So let's see what sentiment it is recognized. Again, it has recognized the sentiment to be positive. And I'm giving it to be sad. So let's see how it is getting recognized. It is recognizing the sentiment to be negative. So based on the input that you given, the single line field and the multi-line field, it will predict the sentiment. And coming to the OCR field, optical character recognition. So from the image field that you have uploaded, it will extract the text from the image or the PDF file that you have extracted. So for example, I'm just adding this OCR field. I'm giving it as OCR, the field name and field link name. So here you can set the height and you can set the field size. Now we'll get into the access mode. Let me add one image field and see if the text is getting recognized from the image. So here. So here we have an image file within which we have all the text. So let's see if this is getting extracted. We'll just select this field. Clicking on done. So you could see that within the OCR, it has extracted the text, company name, the address and all that. So this is how the OCR field works. It recognizes the text from the image that you are uploading. And coming to the object detection. So I'm dragging and dropping this object detection field. So this should have a minimum of one image field that should be available. So based on the image that you upload, it will recognize what object is available or what objects are present within the image. So I'm adding, I'm getting into the access mode of app. Now let's upload an image field. So let's see what it has recognized. Fire hydrant. So based on the image that you upload, it will recognize what object you have, what objects are available within the field. So you can get to choose the or crop the area which needs to be identified. And coming to the predictive analysis. So let me get into a different application. I have an application. Okay. Okay, let's get into the account. I have an application with respect to the healthcare. So I'm choosing this clinical management system. So within the clinical management system, I have different modules. One is doctor, collecting all doctor information. This is a master data. And I have the patient case details. So these are the patient case details. And here all the symptoms has been added to the symptoms master. Chest pain, fever, protein loss, throat pain, low BP, low sugar, all the symptoms are added to the master. And within the diseases master, we've added all the disease names: viral infection, thyroid, diabetic nephropathy, nephrotic syndrome, carcinoma, and all that, right? So when you get into the patient's detail, so we're choosing the doctor. I've loaded the symptom 1, symptom 2. So based on the symptom you have chosen and based on the previous history of data, system will automatically recognize the disease. For example, so a few I've filled in, for example, for the patient case detail, I've chosen a patient name and I've chosen the symptom to be fever, and I've chosen the second symptom to be high BP, and I've chosen the so the doctor will get to choose the disease name. Oh, let's okay. So here I've submitted the information. So based on the based on the data that has been trained to the system, this predictive analysis field will automatically recognize the disease. So provided you have enough training data. So it should have huge data to do this predictive analysis. But let me show you how this field works. I'll get into edit mode of the application. And into the form builder, let's drag and drop this predictive analysis field. So it will take me to the page where it will ask for the field to be predicted. First is a target field. So let me enter. So diagnose disease. I'm giving the field name to be diagnose. And the next field to be the target field. I'll have to choose the target field which needs to be disease name. So I need to choose this as a target field. If okay, I wanted to predict the disease based on the symptom. So I'm choosing the target field to be disease, and I have to give the training data, right? So I'm giving the training data to be symptom 1, symptom 2, and also the disease name. So this will accept only the single line field and few other fields that's available within the documentation. You can refer to that. So based on the symptoms, that are giving that we are giving, it has to predict the disease. So I'm giving on next. So is it applicable to all the records, or am I going to filter the data? I'm specifying it. I'm choosing all the records. So if you have enough training data, then system will automatically recognize the disease field on giving the symptom 1 and symptom 2. And you can as well add the symptom 3 as a training data. So these we call it as a training data, and this we call it as a target field, which needs to be diagnosed. And I'm adding the prediction field. When I get into access mode, so I'm choosing Emma, symptom 1. I'm choosing fever. Symptom 2, I'm choosing cold. So here it's showing not applicable because it doesn't have enough training data. You should have like minimum, like more huge data for this field to be recognized. So based on the symptoms chosen, it will predict the disease name. And this is how the predictive analysis field works. And coming to, we have covered the advanced fields. We have covered the special fields and also the AI fields. Now, getting into the form properties. So now we created, I'll get into the other application. Okay. Initially, we were into this E2E form 1, right? So we can create multiple applications, multiple forms within one application. Initially, we saw one blank form. We created it from scratch. And if we have the Excel data, data within the Excel file, we can import it from the Excel file. And if we have a template, say this is, I have to, I'm going with business category or order management. I'm going to use this inventory template. So it will automatically create one form with all the details that are available within the template. So within the inventory template, it has got add stock, company details, company email, item name, model number, and all that. So it has incorporated the inventory module form as such. Coming to the next property, in form integration. So before that, this import with data, same as what we did with the smart import option, we have options to pick the data from local storage, or if it is available within the URL, you can pick it from the URL, or if it is available within the cloud storage, you can take it from the cloud storage. So I have a file within cloud storage. Okay. I'm choosing Google Drive. There is no data available, so it's taking some time. So if the data is within Excel, again I can import it into the form. So we don't have to go and do a data entry as such. And coming to the integration of forms. Here there is an option called integration, right? So here again I'm choosing, there are four forms which can be, four services with which we can do a form level integration. So let's see how this is done. I'm choosing Zoho CRM since I have an account within Zoho CRM. So I have to enter the form name. From within Zoho CRM, we have different modules, or what we call it as forms: leads, contacts, accounts, deals, activities, reports, based on the subscription. So if I have to incorporate this form into my creator account, then how do I achieve that? Again, here it is not the form that is getting incorporated. It is the the record IDs that are available within the CRM's database will be mapped to Zoho Creator. And okay, let me get into the integration field. Okay, so let me name it as Zoho CRM accounts. I'm going to integrate the accounts form. So I'm choosing the module. Whatever modules that are available within Zoho CRM will get listed here based on the subscription that I belong to. Maybe Ultimate Plan or the premium one. I can choose the module. And if I have been given access to this module, I will be able to create a form within my Zoho Creator application. So here on the left-hand side, you could see a difference in the field palette. It doesn't look similar to the Zoho Creator fields, right? So these are nothing but the fields available within Zoho CRM. So I'll get into the accounts module now. When you get into accounts module, I'm creating a new account. Here you can see account name, account owner, account site, phone number, ticker symbol, website, fax. You would be able to see these information within the Zoho Creator form. So, yeah, rating, phone number, fax, parent account, website, account number, account type, all these informations are available. So if there is any lookup field or subform that cannot be incorporated into the that will not be incorporated into the Zoho CRM, Zoho Creators form. So there are few limitations to at the field level that you can refer to the documentation. Okay. Within Zoho CRM, this account name is a mandatory field. So again, we don't have to set it as a mandatory field. By default, it will come as a mandatory field when the form is being integrated within Zoho Creator. And you can just drag and drop the fields that are required. So I'm choosing the industry. I'm choosing the address information. So whatever fields I need from the Zoho CRM field. So you can't incorporate any of the Zoho Creator field. This is only the Zoho CRM field, and you would be able to incorporate only the Zoho CRM field. So here you can see that the field name can be changed, but the field link name cannot be changed since it is from the Zoho CRM's database. I'm getting into the form, integrated form, that is Zoho CRM accounts. Here, whatever field values available within Zoho CRM, it is getting listed here. So if I'm choosing ABC Corp, this is the mandatory information. So if I'm submitting the information, this will get updated in Zoho CRM as well. And the information, let me just cancel it. And if I make changes within Zoho CRM's account name, that is the account module, that will get reflected within Zoho Creator as well. So ABC Corp we created from Zoho CRM. You can see the record getting created within Zoho CRM's database. And if I make any changes here, private limited, I save the information. This will also get reflected in our Zoho Creator because it is taking the Zoho CRM's record ID. You can see all the information from FWS group has been changed to FWS private limited. So here the two-way sync happens from Zoho CRM to Zoho Creator and from Zoho Creator to Zoho CRM because the record ID that we're taking or referring to is Zoho CRM's record ID. So the changes that I'm making here is getting reflected there, and the changes that I'm making there is getting reflected in Creator. So this is the concept. And okay. Coming to the other fields. So as with getting into Zoho CRM, as with the integration field, when you get into this Salesforce, it will ask for the connection. So we have to choose the connection and we'll have to send for the authorization request using the login credentials that we have for Salesforce. And then once authorized, we would be able to retrieve or send data to Salesforce or retrieve data from Salesforce. Same as that, we can do it with QuickBooks as well. Depending upon the service that you choose, the modules will be listed here. So here, till now, with respect to the field level integration or form level integration, we have only 4 default services, that is Zoho CRM, Zoho Recruit, QuickBooks, and Salesforce. In future, a few more services will be added as well. So coming to the form properties. So when you edit the application, I'll just get into the form builder now. On the top right corner, we have options to set the form properties. That is how your form has to behave. So just click on that, and on successful form submission, what is the message that you have to show? You can specify it here. By default, it shows data added successfully. It can be changed as well. So here we have option called send email notification. On successful form submission, do you want an email notification to be sent? So here the from field and the to field will be displayed. So within the from field, we have Zoho variables, that is admin's email address and logged in user's email address. As I told you, admin will create all the organization user, and you can opt to choose if the from address has to be admin's email address or logged in user's email address. A manager could log in from an account and he could send the email notification. In that case, manager's account login ID will be in the from address, or it could be admin's email address. And in the to address, we have this admin's email address and login user email address. And there is a form field called email. So we can choose this as well. That is within the form, I'm getting into this E2E form 1. So we have a field called email. So whatever email ID addresses that we have added into that particular field, okay, let me get into the form. So the email address that we add into that particular field will be showing here in the email field. And there is another option called use verified email address. So you can add an email address and send for the verification process. So if you're adding a Gmail address or any other personal email address, it will send a 6-digit verification code. Once it is being verified, it will be added to the verified list and it will be authorized. So once it is authorized, you can use it from address. So you can specify the subject to be subject as required, and you can send the notification here. And there is an option called insert field. All the system variable and Zoho variable and all the fields that are available within the application will get listed here. So I'm choosing hello. I'm choosing the customer name. Thanks. And I'm adding the Zoho variable, that is logged in user's email address or added user's name. So I'm clicking on done. If you want to do any formatting, you can do the formatting as well. And on submission of the form, if it has to be directed to some website URL or any form or report or page, you can specify it. If it is a form, you can specify the form name. To which form it has to be redirected to. Is it within the same window or to a different window or to a parent window? You can specify it here. And there is an option called capture location and capture IP address. So if you have an address field and if you enable this, whenever the user is logging in into the application, It will, with the user's consent, that is, it will ask user if the IP address can be captured and if the location can be captured. With user's consent, it will capture the location and also the IP address. And this IP address can be encrypted as well. So I was showing about the data security encryption field, right? So if you want to protect this particular IP address, you can go ahead to enable the data encryption field. So here the IP address will be enabled. And here, how do you want the button to look like? So here it is submit. You can just keep it as added, or you can rename it as per your requirement. And while editing the record, we have given by default as update and cancel, and you can change it as per your requirement. And there are a few other properties with respect to the form entries. So if you have to enable CAPTCHA, if this is being enabled, every time when the form is being filled in, it will check if it is bot or a user who's feeding in the data. So it will ask for the CAPTCHA to be filled in. Only when you fill in the CAPTCHA, it'll allow you to submit the information. And coming to allow one entry per user. So here, if you enable this particular property from form property, then it will allow only one entry to be submitted from each user account. So allow one entry per IP address. So based on the IP address, maybe a public IP address or a private one. So if based on user's IP address, if allow one entry per IP address is enabled, from one IP address, only one entry will be allowed. And enable geofencing. So if I enable this property, it will ask for the location. So if I'm choosing a particular location here, only within this particular location, user will be able to access the that particular form. So within 10 meters of radius or 10 kilometers, 11 kilometers radius, user will be able to access the form. When the user is coming out of this fencing, then he will not be able to add information to the form. It will show an error message. And if you have to disable entries for the form, you say, for example, you can take a quiz. You're running a quiz, and if you have to stop the instance after, say, 45 minutes or 15 minutes, it'll get disabled automatically, or it'll get disabled after, say, a few entries. I'm saying 45. You've reached the maximum. This is the error message that it will throw. So after these many entries, the form will be restricted to add entries after that. This is one. So restrict the form availability. This is what I was referring to the quiz form. So after few minutes, or say 40 or 45 minutes, I want to restrict this form availability to the users or who is taking up the quiz. In that case, I can add the start time and end time. And email data, here we have an option called form email address. So from our email address, we can submit the data to this particular email address so that it gets submitted to the form directly. So for that, we should have the template. I'm choosing this template, okay? So here we have an option, allow from everyone and allow from application users. I'm choosing allow from everyone. Okay. So from within my Zoho Corp account or from within my Gmail account, if I'm a verified user, I can submit the data with the template that I have. I'll just show you a sample. So let me get into the mail. So if this user is added as a verified user, so I'm composing within which I can add this form data with the template that I have. So just a few seconds, I'm sorry for this. Okay, we have the template, right? So what I did was I chose the template. I copied this template and the to address is this address. So I can just add the recipient to be this address, and I can give the subject, and I can add the first name and last name, or the information that needs to be filled in. Whichever mandatory information is required, you have to fill in, and when you click on send, the data will get automatically submitted to the form. So this is how the form email address works. And you can change the appearance, how the label width needs to look like. If it is a custom one, you can specify the size of each label. So these are the form level properties. And coming to the last part, which is the workflow. So from here, when you click on this plus symbol, we have options to add logics to the workflow. I mean logics to the form, which within the workflow. So I'm clicking on this plus. Let's create a new form. And I'm just naming it as workflow for our reference. Let's add the field to be a single line field. One is field. I'm giving it as field A. The field name is field underscore A. And another single line field that is field B. And one more single line field, which is field C, and we'll give a couple of number lines as number field as well. Field C. And let's add number field. N1. N2 and one drop down. Let's add a drop down field. And I'm giving it as names. So here I'm giving the values to be learning table series. Here I'm giving it to be E2E, deep learning. And here let me give it as exclusive partner training. So we have three single line field, two number field, and one drop down field. So let's get into the workflow. So as I told you, if you have to write any simple or complex work logics, and if you have to apply it to your forms and the form data, then you'll have to go with the concept of workflow. So on the top, you would be able to see three different tabs, right? One is a design tab, another is a workflow tab, another is settings tab. You can either write the workflow from here, or when you click on this plus button, it'll take you to the page where you have workflow as one of the options. So you can opt to choose any one of them. So here within the workflow, I have form level workflow, schedule workflow, approval workflow, payments, and functions. So coming to the form level workflow. So today we would be discussing on the form level workflow. By tomorrow, we would be discussing on schedules, approvals, payments, and functions. So how functions are being handled, and how does the approval, when you have multiple levels of approval hierarchy, how it can be handled, and how do you schedule an event All those will be discussed by tomorrow. Today, I'll be discussing about the form workflow alone. So here, when you click here, all the forms and the related workflows and the related reports will be displayed. You can get to see. If I choose E to E, it will show the available workflow. Now we haven't created anything. So let's write one workflow. I'm clicking on this new workflow. Okay. So it will take me to a page where it will ask me to choose a form. So to which form should I apply this workflow logic? When I'm choosing the form name that I've given is workflow. So I've chosen this form. And when do you want to record this event? While creating a record, or while editing a record, or while creating and editing a record, or while deleting a record. So with respect to any programming languages, we have this CRUD operation, right? Create, read, update, and delete, right? Same as that, we have various scopes within Creator as well. We can perform this workflow logic, or we can trigger this workflow logic based on the actions that we are event that we are specifying here, while creating the record, or while editing the record, or while creating or editing the record. So here I'm choosing it as creating or editing. And when do you want the workflow to be triggered? So here you could see various options, right? Let me explain through each of these options. One is the field rule. Say, for example, if you have a field, so say it's a currency field, and or a like, which you call it as price field. You're setting a field rule saying that if this field is greater than say $50 or $100, or if the quantity is greater than 100 units, it could be any unit, then perform this action. You're saying the system, you're instructing the system. So it could be based on any field that is applicable within the form and also within the subform. So you're instructing the system that on check if the field value is greater than 50 numbers. If so, hide the field, or if so, show the field. You're specifying the field rule here. Coming to load of the form. So let's just give an example, and then we'll move on to the next field property. So I'm giving a field rule. And let me specify the field as hide field. So we can perform some UI related operations, that is from the UI itself. I'm creating the workflow. So here it will take me to the deluge editor, and also it will take me to, there is an option called add new action, right? So it will show me a bunch of actions like hide field, show field, enable field, and disable field. So what is an action that I wanted the system to perform when the field rule is being given? So that is, you can specify this action for all records, or you can give a specific condition. So if I'm giving it as, if N1 is greater than 100, then I'm giving it as hide N2. So I'm setting this as a field property. So this is the field rule that I'm doing at the UI interface level. That is, I'm not writing any script, or like I'm not performing any code level action. I'm directly enabling the UI level, interface level property, that is hide or show. I can as well. So I can as well like hide other fields as well. I'm updating this. So if I access the application, okay. So if I'm giving 110, okay, I think we've hidden the whole section. Sorry. We'll remove this one. If N1 is greater than 100, then it has to hide the field N2. That is the field rule that we have given. So here I'm giving the value to be 99. The N2 will not be hidden. Now if I give it as 110, you can see the N2 has gotten hidden. This is with respect to field rule. Let's also try to add a subform and hide the field within that. I'm getting into workflow. So let's add a sample subform there. Here I'm using a blank form. I'm giving it as employee info. I'm adding a name field, and I'm adding a single line field to add the employee number. These are the two fields that I've given within the subform. If I have to hide or show a field within the subform, what should I do? So I'm getting into the workflow. I'm choosing a new workflow. When should I perform this action? Record the event created or when the record is edited. So the field rule that I'm choosing is, so here I just wanted to throw some lights on it. So here there are three ways in which you can look at. One is before the form submission, and on the form submission, and after the form submission, what are the actions that can be triggered? So now what we are looking at is before the form submission. So while the form is getting loaded, or when the user is trying to input a value, what action needs to be triggered? When adding a row to the subform, or while deleting a row from a subform, what needs to be done? You can you're going to see that. So if a subform has been added, creating a workflow, I'm giving add action. So before, if the subform hasn't been added, you wouldn't have seen this option, show hide subform actions. As soon as you add the subform, this option will get enabled. You can hide or show the subform fields or disable it. I'm clicking on this action, show subform add entry, hide subform add entry, show subform delete entry, hide subform delete entry. So I'm showing which let me take into the new action. I'm getting into subform actions. So on, it will show me the subform fields. Okay. On input of field A, when field A is not null, then show subform add entry. If field A is null, then hide subform add entry. So I'm enabling this option. It means that when the field A is not filled in, then the entire form will be hidden. If the field A is filled in, the subform, I'm choosing it as field B, is not null. I'm saving the criteria. So when we access the form, by default, it is showing the subform information. So here I'm filling in the form. So if this value is being filled in, the subform entry will be shown. If not, this has to be hidden. Let's add a report, edit and see. Here you can see that if, okay, just 1 minute, I'm sorry. Let's delete this and create a new action. I'm sorry for that. Okay, we'll choose, okay, let's create a condition. Okay, we'll choose the training field is equal to E to E deep learning. Then show the subform add entry. So the addition of rows will be shown only when the drop down data is E to E deep learning. Otherwise, it will be hidden. Let's access this. Here I'm choosing training is equal to E to E deep learning, and you can see that add new button is enabled. When I choose learning table, this gets disabled. Add entry. Same as that, you can you can trigger the action with some other condition as well. So in this way, field rule works. Coming to the other workflow. So coming to load of the form. While the form is getting loaded, what is the action that you wanted to do? So let's write a workflow and see the sample. And we have a single line field, right? So whenever the form is getting loaded, I want the single line field to be filled in with some values. So let's see how this is done. I want to fill in with the app name. So the application name, you would get it from the URL. So this is the deluge editor. So this also has a list of conditions and syntax available. Syntax as such, you can enable it on so that you don't have to, it'll give you the line by line instruction on what needs to be done. You can refer to the fields here. That is the field link name. As I told you, field name is a label that is used for showing it within the form from the front end, and field link name is what we will be using within the deluge editor and within the workflow. So now on a load of the form, I have to input. Input is what should I input? Input dot. If I give input dot, it will automatically show me all the fields that are available. So I'm choosing field A is equal to, I'm giving it as, so let's fill in with the app name equal to Zoho dot. So these are the list of system variables, Zoho variables, system fields that are available. So initially, while the form is loading, what should be filled in? I'm choosing the app name. I'm ending with the semicolon. Okay, so all the field names are available here. So input, if I give a dot over it, all the relevant fields will be displayed. And when you click on the Zoho dot, the relevant system variables will be displayed, which you can set it as an initial value while the form is getting loaded. So you can also set the order date. When you take order management system, you can set the order date to be the default or the Zoho's current date by default when the form is getting loaded. There is another instance. So I'm saving this. And while load of the form, workflow is a form, E to E deep learning. So here we have the application name to be E to E deep learning within the URL. So it has loaded the single line, that is field A, with the app name. This is performed while load of the form. And coming to the next field property. Here we have user input of a field. So while giving input of a field, what is the action that you want the system to do? Let's define that. This all has to be done before the form submission. So user input of which field? I'm choosing on, okay, field A. When the field A or field B is chosen, field C needs to be filled in automatically. Or we also have a drop down field. Let's choose that drop down field on user input of this drop down field. Let's try to write a workflow. I'm naming the workflow to be training. Input dot input dot training equal to e2 e deep learning input dot day with a value of field C. You can just save it. You can give it as, yeah, I'll get into this and I'll choose. Sorry, I'll get into the workflow and I'm choosing E2E deep learning. E2E deep learning. Okay, let's look into other workflows and I'll come to this user input of a field. Coming to addition of a row. So with respect to the subform field, we can add and delete as many rows as we can, right? So while adding a row, what is the action that needs to be done? And while deleting a row, what is the action that needs to be done? So while adding a row to an employee form, disable field. I want to disable a particular field. That is field A. I wanted to disable field A. So if I give on save, and if I'm adding a row, field A will automatically get disabled. So here I'm adding, and you can see that field A got disabled. Disable is the action that gets triggered. Coming to submission. So validation. So we saw about before form submission, while loading of a form, while loading the input user field, what needs to be done. So this I'll explain you with a better example. And this can be performed before the form submission. So what can be done after on form submission? That is, how do you do the validation? I'm just enabling this option. So I'm naming the workflow as validation. I'm giving add new action, and if field C is equal to, say, RMS Private Limited, or any company name you can specify. Just info as info. You are into the right organization. And you can do a cancel submit. So this cancel submit will not allow you to submit the form. So you are not into the right organization. So I'm doing a validation and I'm checking field C is equal to RMS. If this field is equal to the right organization name, I mean, if it's not RMS, if it is equal to RMS, then you are not into the right organization. And this cancel submit is the function that gets triggered, which will not allow you to submit the form. So I'm just clicking on save. I'm opening the access window. So what we gave is, if the field C is equal to RMS, I'm getting into workflow. I'm giving the field C as RMS. And if I'm trying to submit, it'll show me an on validation alert message. You are not into the right organization. So it'll throw me a block message. So this is while this is on submission of a form. That is before the form is getting submitted to the database. Now, what is the workflow? What are the how do we trigger an action after the form submission? So what are the various ways that we can do? So we saw before form submission, what are the actions that can be performed, and on form submission, what are the actions that can be done. Now we'll be seeing on how after the form submission, what can be done. So as I told you, every time when you submit the data, you will get a record ID generated. There is an 18-digit ID that gets generated for each transaction or each record, right? So let's just show only after the form submission, this record ID will get generated. So let's perform an action now. Alert ID. Here what we will be doing is, either you can, on successful form submission, you can go ahead to send the notification, email notification, or you can do a data access. With the form, you can do a form submit. Whenever the form is being submitted to workflow form, you can push those data to another form. And you can also push data to another service. So now we'll just write a Delhi script. Info input dot. So ID would have gotten generated once we submit the form, right? So now, once we click on this info is similar to the print statement. When we give this info, we would be getting the log message. So we will submit the form. I'm giving it as learning table and we'll submit the form, and it will throw you the ID. This is the 18-digit identification number. That is the record ID. So it is showing as a log message. This is the info that it is showing. And same as that, you can as well send the push notifications, or you can send the records to data to another form. Let's quickly see how that is done. So from the workflow form, I have to push it to another form. So in that case, I would be choosing this data access, and I'm choosing add record. So to which form do you want to add the record? I'm choosing E to E. So this here we are doing the field mapping. here to customer first name, like where do you want to map it to? So let's see the field name here. So within E to E, we have customer name, and to which field should I have to map it to? I'm giving the field A. And I'm saving. This is the mandatory field that needs to be filled in. So once the data is submitted from this workflow, this will be pushed to E to E, that is E to E form 1 information. It'll get pushed to this particular form. Or you can as well send the form notification, or you can send the email notification on successful form submission. So in this way, we can trigger the workflow. So this is all about the workflow logics. Tomorrow, I'll be taking you through the deluge concepts and a few other concepts with respect to the workflow, on how the schedule works, how this approval logics works, and how do we create a function. Function, it will be taken a little later. So we'll be handling all those by tomorrow. By this, we're coming to the end of the session.